If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 51, Lost Memories. Time stopped at that moment and Hades' consciousness left his body and traveled beyond reality, beyond the vast void that encompassed it all, and became so fast that the friction seemingly made him dissolve into nothingness. When he opened his eyes, he was in a dimly lit room, sitting on a comfortable chair, and across him sat someone whose features he couldn't make out. "Welcome, Adrian. It has been a while." Hades widened his eyes. He had never told anyone his name. The name he had left behind. He started to panic. If this being knew who he was, then... "Calm down. You should be able to remember me now." I'm not sure, my memories are hasty when looking at you." "That is understandable. No one should be capable of perceiving me. The fact that you can, shows your magnificent talent." "Talent? Just because I can see you? Who are you?" "I am the one who gave you this chance. The one who made you what you are. I made you Hades." Hades remembered. It all started to fall back into place. The missing memories, which he never realized had been missing. He had met this person before and had forgotten all about it. "Why am I here? Did I cross some lines?" "Nothing like that, no. You are here because you have achieved something so rare, that it might as well be impossible. You have comprehended something impossible. I did? What was?" "Yeah, you understand, don't you? The sixth note." "Correct. The sixth note is not something that is only found in the DC multiverse. Something like the sixth note can be found in all the multiverses, and they are always mentioned somewhere. But it is never obvious. It is something small, something that you might know about, but not enough is known and therefore it gets forgotten." "But, what is it?" "It is as you realized. The sixth note is the cosmic force beyond imagination and is unlocked when the impossible is glimpsed. The sixth note is the manifestation of Socrates saying, 'I know that I know nothing.' You only need to glimpse at the impossible to unlock it. And by understanding that, you have reached something that should not be possible. Freedom." "What?" "Haha, explaining it can be confusing. Let me make it easier for you. You chose 3 wishes. The first was to gain the extra divinity of boundaries. The second was to be immune to anything and everything that you would consider harmful to yourself. The third is to be a singularity and therefore be every Hades in each of the worlds you go to. However, no matter how strong you become, no matter how many limits you remove with your power, you will never truly be able to remove or break the last limit. The final of all limits. The limit that stops you from reaching my position. The reason for that is because you can never grow more powerful than me, as I gave you your abilities and powers. However, you have achieved something that no one else has. You have understood the sixth note. You have therefore gotten the free ticket, the clear path to truly unlimited heights. You are now truly free from all limits that exist and don't exist. You will one day surpass me. And then I can finally rest and leave all the things to you." "That means that something like the sixth note exists in every universe." "Yes. But because no one glimpsed at the impossible, no one ever could reach your level of power." "Correct again. So I was not yet truly free before." "No. But you are now, and that means you have free reign now. The Omniverse is open for you." "I don't know what to say. I enjoy being Hades. I don't want to leave that behind." "And who said you must do that?" "What do you mean? Just because you will surpass me doesn't mean you can just do that now or in the next millennia. You have a long way to go before you reach my position of power. And even if the time comes where you have made it, if you don't want to take my position or stay here all the time, then don't. It is essentially your decision and you can decide what to do with it. Just remember that you can't go being lazy and think that you'll eventually reach this position. It needs you to continue growing, otherwise you'll never make it." "Then do you think I was lucky because of my wishes?" "You made some wonderful wishes, and the fact that you combined your first and second wish together, was a stroke of genius. The third wish was essentially useless and you could have wished for something else, but it was your decision. What should I do now?" "What do you want to do?" "Well, I was thinking of going to Bleach World or making a quick stop in another world like One Piece, to learn some haki. Could be useful when dealing with Kyoka Suijutsu." "Haha, you are still thinking very small. You have the power of boundary manipulation and have just now gained true and absolute freedom. There is nothing that can bind or capture you unless you wish to make things interesting. Be that a prison, trap, illusion, or anything really. But I understand if you want to have some fun and not use the power to its fullest. Well, I was thinking. Can I just have the power to be a passive that lets me have limitless potential, true limitless potential? Yes. Then you wouldn't have to focus on it all the time. A good idea. Well, then I think I'll head back. It is nice to know that I will one day surpass the being who stands at the pinnacle of everything, but I rather enjoy myself at the moment. It's always fun to learn new things. If I know everything, I'll get bored very fast and then have nothing else to do. And it is good to know that the latter is truly the only thing there is. Haha. It seems Peter Baelish was quite clever. To understand that with his human mind. A remarkable fellow. Yet, he was quite the character. I liked the soundtrack. Hades stood up and looked at the beginning one last time. They would likely not see each other again for millions of years. Thank you for telling me. I'll see you later. It was good to see you again, Hades. All of this was simply to inform you. Nothing has changed except your final destination many years from now. Enjoy your new life as you have been since. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. And with that, Hades left the place. Asterisk. To explain what had happened. Hades used to be called Adrian. When he died he was offered the chance to Isekai and he took it. When he was asked about his 3 wishes he chose the ones he did and that turned out to be a very good choice. Hades made life easy for himself with the first 2 wishes. Had he not chosen these 2, he would not have been able to understand the 6th note so fast. Why? Because in every multiverse/universe the one who stands at the top, tries to find the way that allows him to grow stronger and reach the pinnacle. Therefore they conceal certain things to hinder others from understanding it before they do. Had Hades not chosen the 2nd wish, the presence, would have noticed him coming close to understanding the 6th note and stopped him from doing that. But his 2nd wish stopped the presence from being able to do anything that Hades would see as harmful to himself. So all the attempts of the presence to stop Hades from comprehending the 6th note were fruitless. What had changed for Hades then? In truth nothing much. The only thing that changed is that Hades could now one day surpass the very existence that brought him here. He now had the potential to truly reach new heights. Something that was not possible for him before. Something that is not possible for anyone else in the multiverse. Hades was back in the end where he was before he left. He looked around and noticed everything was destroyed. There was nothing left. He would have to rebuild. And so he got to work. He constructed his base and the End Palace as well as the future family housing. He was having a good time when he got notified of someone searching for him. He had added something of a bell in the palace located in the underworld to reach here. Otherwise, he would not even notice how the time would pass. He stopped and wished to get back to the underworld. He disappeared from the end and appeared back in the palace located in the underworld. Standing before him was Hecate. She looked worried, angry and confused. Why though? Hecate? What's? Where have you been? What do? You were gone for an entire year. What? A year? But how is that possible? Hades thought about it. It felt like an hour at most, maybe 2. But a year? That seemed impossible. The time difference really messed him up. What happened while I was gone, Hecate? I managed to deal with most problems that came up and stall the Olympians. Thankfully your reputation of not caring about them has helped us and no one has noticed your absence. But I can't do anything about them anymore. All the stalling is over now. You should go and show yourself. Otherwise, they might get greedy and take a piece of the underworld. You will tell me where you were. I can only thank you for making the underworld near self-functioning. You truly designed it so you don't have to do anything, did you? Well yet. I wanted to be able to take some time off whenever I wanted to. But what is the problem that I need to see? Prometheus has created man. And not only that, he also gave them fire. Now it went very well and the humans prospered. That in turn made Zeus mad and he took fire away from them again. Prometheus, however, seemingly loving his creation too much, decided to steal the flame of the hearth from Olympus and give it to the humans. Zeus punished him and now he gets his liver eaten every day by an eagle. I see. And now Zeus is probably planning on punishing the humans as well. Yes. I believe it to be almost ready. All right. I will leave right away. Thank you for taking care of everything, Hecate. I owe you one. Hades teleported to Olympus and found everyone there sitting in their seats. In the middle of the room stood Zeus with a young woman. To the side of the woman stood two people whom Hades knew very well. Nyx and her husband Erebus were there and they didn't look happy. When Hades appeared everyone looked at him and Nyx and Erebus made the biggest eyes. Hades? What are you doing here? I came to tell you not to do it. I will punish the humans and that is non-negotiable. They have disrespected us and must be punished. Is that so? You are still the sad little boy that you were the day I met you. You haven't matured at all. You are disgusting and an embarrassment to us all. You will stop disrespecting me. I will do no such thing. You are a joke. Look at you, punishing humans for something Prometheus did. Zeus unleashed his aura. The entirety of Olympus could feel it and it put pressure on all who resided there. Hades responded in kind. This much was nothing for him. But he was getting angry. His anger started to boil and he was about to stop holding his power back when a hand touched him on the shoulder. He looked back only to see Nyx looking at him with a sad look on her face. Hades sighed and stopped himself from wreaking havoc. He focused his power on Zeus and increased the pressure, knocking the air out of him. Hades turned to Nyx and asked her. Why did you stop me? This has to happen, Hades. That is what they exist for. Humans will have to learn to live with it. It is fate. Please don't go against this. I know you could, but we would suffer for it. Then I shall visit the fates and kill them myself, Hades said. He was angry right now. And things were not looking good for Zeus right now. Hades was ready to unleash horrors upon Olympus and bring it down, but Nyx didn't seem to want him to do that. He could only sigh. This time. I will listen to you, this one time. After that, I will take things into my own hands. Not even the fates will stop me and neither will a primordial. Hades walked towards Pandora who was holding on to her box. She was shivering, that's how scared she was. He looked with fear as Hades approached her. Hades put a calm smile on his face. His anger vanished and was replaced with empathy for the girl that had been created, just to have all the terrors spread in the world. She would go crazy out of guilt. But not on his watch. He walked to her and knelt on the ground. Hello there. Hello. Your name is Pandora, right? Why yes. It is a beautiful name. Hades put his hands on her head and spoke. Listen, Pandora, I will give you something that shall prove essential for you and others. I will give you the will to survive, the will to overcome bad situations and setbacks. I give you willpower. And from this day on, your willpower shall be known in the world as the strongest one can achieve, an unbreakable will and perseverance. That shall be Pandora's will. Reality shifted and turned, bending to Hades' words and will. Pandora's will was now and in the future known as the strongest one could have. It was the definition of unbreakable and unbendable will. And in the future, there will be some humans who will inherit this will and help humanity in their times of need. Well, there we have it. Hades was just about to kill or enslave Zeus when Nyx stopped him. She understands fate and the things that Zeus will have to do. But this is not over yet. You'll see. And this time someone will have to pay some way. A simple curse of Damocles won't do any more. But that is in the future. Chapter 52, A New Age. A new time was upon us. Hades understood that well. He knew what would happen now that Pandora was going to open the box eventually and outfly all manner of evils, sorrows, plagues, and misfortunes. However, the bottom of the jar would hold one good thing, hope. And Hades himself had given Pandora something valuable. He had given her the chance to get through those times and to help others get through them as well. He was unhappy. It could have been prevented, but he understood that it was necessary. He was no longer a human. He was now Hades, the honored one, a god, and that was the reality. He had to start acting like one. It did not mean that he would turn his back on humanity. On the contrary. He had created the underworld with humanity in mind. He will make sure that he does his part and builds up strength, and then when the time is right, he'll go all Jahabak on this world. The fates, Gaia, the fourth-dimensional imps, no one will be safe. For death comes to everyone. It was now time for Hades to move on. The underworld was working perfectly and he had only minor things to do. His shadow dimension was connected to the underworld and his shadows could do a lot of things. Now it only needed someone to take care of things and watch over it when he was not there. And he thought he knew who to pick. But first, he had to do something. In the Caucasus Mountains, there was a man who was chained to a rock with unbreakable adamantine chains. An eagle was circling him and flew towards him. Prometheus POV. Here he comes again. Every day the same deal. That eagle comes and eats my liver. It must taste very good for him to come every single day. The punishment does not suit the crime. To suffer like this for eternity? I would do it again. The humans have taken a special place in my heart and I have grown fond of them. But I fear of Zeus' wrath. He will do something that will throw their progress back. And I can't see them suffer. I watch as the eagle approaches, a sign of pain. The eagle is not a very fast eater, so it takes a while for him to finish. Today something different happens though. The eagle dives and just before his claws dig into my skin, a mouth comes out of my shadow and swallows the eagle whole. What? It seems you're in a bit of a pickle, a voice says behind me. I try to see who it is but, without luck. The rock I'm chained to is massive and the chains don't allow any freedom of movement. I can hear steps and then I see him. I don't think I was ever so happy to see someone as I am right now. Why am I happy? Because if he's here, then I can have hope. Hades. The eldest of the Olympians, and yet, I'm sure he would not claim to be an Olympian at all. He was always different. From the moment I saw him after Zeus freed his siblings, to the time when he cut off Zeus' hand and fed it to him, to the time he returned and single-handedly finished the war. You seem happy. Did you expect me? He asks. Not at all. I am just happy to see you. I guess you can guess why I'm here. Zeus has completely gone overboard this time. Let us get you out of here. I then watched as he didn't even use his hands, while the unbreakable adamantine chains fell to the ground. What now? Zeus will never let me go. I don't know where I should hide now. Ha! Come now. It should be pretty obvious that you can stay in the underworld if I make the effort to free you. Thank you, Lord Hades. Yeah. Now come on, let's get out of here. He grabbed my shoulder and then we sank into the shadows. It was a weird way to travel for me. I couldn't see anything and then suddenly, we were there. Welcome to the underworld. Now as a citizen of the underworld, you are required to swear on me to uphold all the rules that are stated in the law of the underworld. If you want you can first read the manual, or ask Hecate for the details. Once again I thank you for allowing me to stay. I, Prometheus, swear to uphold the laws and regulations as Lord Hades wants for as long as I live. Very well. Now that that's out of the way, you can follow this soul around as it tells you about the underworld and then settle wherever you wish. A small woman walks towards us, nods at Hades and then looks at me. I can see that it is indeed a soul. How did Hades manage to do this? Souls are not required to work and yet, this soul seems to be doing that by choice. What sort of man is the god of the underworld? Third-person POV. Hades sat in his throne room and was in thought. He had experienced something this year that he would have never thought possible. He had become the ruler of an entire force. The sixth note was not truly a force like the speed force or the still force. It was more of a concept. He was not truly able to do the unthinkable and it was now not impossible to truly incorporate things from other universes here. And he had plans for that. He thought about the future of the DC universe and what came to mind were of course the modern times, where heroes arrested the villains and those broke out again. Hades wanted to do something that would allow humans to undergo tests where their character would be tested. It would test how much willpower they possessed and how much talent. And if they managed to go on this journey and reach the end, Hades would reward them with the ability to use their life force. To reach this goal, the humans would have to go on this journey. On this journey, they would learn martial arts, unarmed and armed, as well as other skills that helped control their body and some theoretical knowledge. The ability to use their life force would be in the form of either haki or nin. But haki seemed like the better idea. Although it might also be interesting to see Batman with a Hatsu ability kicking ass. Hades thought about what he would do for now. There would come a time when Poseidon or Zeus would *ck up again and he had no interest to help them. But if Greek mythology was correct, then Gaia might be their next problem. The Gigantes might be born from her and Tartarus. Hades was sure that he would also get his personal Gigante. And he was interested to see how they would make him. Would it be the same as in mythology? Or would they make it stronger? Overall, Hades would deal with Gaia in the future. That woman was not fit to govern all that power. He was better. Was he getting over his head? He was in search of power but not for the sake of power. It served a purpose. So he thought it might be time now. Time to go to another world. He had stayed here for a while and it might be time to go somewhere. And to get a taste for the next world he had in mind, he first had to go somewhere else. Asterisk. In another universe. Hades POV. Ah, what a feeling. Walking through the modern city. I was in Japan. The country where many mangas take place. And I was here for two people right now. And as it happened, they were both dead. I walked to a very distinct graveyard. I had already let my shadows do all the necessary information gathering to find where these two were buried. I used this time to look around, eat some things and simply listen to others talk. It was refreshing after what I had experienced these past years. Or more like year, singular. My king, we have found the two you were looking for, I could hear Bear say. Okay, lead me to them. We walked through the streets, left the busy area behind and went outside to a small hill where multiple people were buried. I could feel them underneath the ground. I stood there and had a smile as I read the inscription on the tombstone. Here lies Yuichiro Hanma. Yes, I was here to add Yuichiro Hanma to my shadows. And not only that, I will add Musashi Miyamoto as a shadow as well. And the reason for that? I will have them teach me martial arts. Yuichiro would train me in unarmed and Miyamoto in armed combat. It will help me, especially because I thought about going to Bleach next. And for that, I would have to know how to handle a blade. And Miyamoto Musashi from Baki was quite a badass for a normal human. Rise and serve. I felt the soul resisting for a second and then obeying my command. This was a human with a remarkable spirit and soul. Granted I didn't even use 1/1000 of my power, but it was still an impressive feat for a human. The ground shook slightly and from the grave rose Yuichiro Hanma. He was an imposing figure, characterized by his significant muscular build and exceptionally broad shoulders. I understood that some observers within the world of Baki consider him inhuman. You have an impressive spirit for a human. I commend you for your strength, I say to him. Thank you, my king. I notice that he has a problem with addressing me as king. I find this to be funny, but considering who he is, I understand. I can feel all about those I call to be my shadows. I know their characters when they were alive, all because it is still ingrained into the soul. Yuichiro Hanma, you are a humble man who is still very proud of his immense strength. I permit you to call me anything you wish as long as it's appropriate. My name is Hades. Thank you. Hades. Is there a reason a being such as you came to this world? Indeed there is. I am planning to go to another much stronger world shortly and I am preparing for that. Not that I truly need any help, I just thought I'd learn from one of the best. That is also why I will be taking Musashi Miyamoto with me. I understand. After that, I had Yuichiro get into the shadow dimension and went to get Miyamoto. The legendary samurai was quite the beast in this world. And having him teach me things will be beneficial, even if it is not technically necessary. But you don't say no to strong shadows and good teachers. Even now, I can feel Yuichiro still growing stronger as a shadow. Not much but it is there. He will probably reach the level of the monarchs. Third person POV. After Hades had found Musashi Miyamoto's grave and added him to the mix, he walked around the different cities for a while, before heading back home. Humans would now actively die a lot. He wanted to make sure that the underworld worked flawlessly. And then he had to finally get something that would allow him to manage the finer details of the underworld. He first thought about getting a butler to keep things afloat, but he wanted to have something else look after the underworld when he left. And after a long time of thinking, Hades thought about something that would be perfect. The world Hades was thinking of was Tenchira. The world where an ordinary man gets reincarnated as a slime. And the skill he thought of was Great Sage. Hades knew how to evolve the Great Sage and make it seriously strong. And together with his boundary manipulation, that will be seriously OP. There is a new arc coming soon. Chapter 53, Skills Acquired. Hades POV. I was currently inside a dark cave. I had focused hard this time and managed to pass through the thousands of barriers that separated me from the world of Tenchira. I was currently waiting in the cave where he knew Rimuru would reincarnate. As I was waiting, I was looking through the world barrier and saw the modern world, that was strangely connected to the Tenchira world. And there I saw the beginning of the story happen as I was waiting. I saw him jumping right in front of the guy holding the knife and getting stabbed. And I could hear him speak right before dying. The world grants Rimuru certain skills. The first one is heat resistance. He gains this due to feeling hot, right after he got stabbed. The second one is stab resistance. This was a result of him asking himself how he could get stabbed and die. And right after that comes physical attack resistance. It hurts, the blood. The world grants him the skill of pain nullification and starts creating a body that does not require blood. I try to feel something change in the cave where I am. The slime body of Rimuru was created then and there and his soul transferred after. This is perfect for me. I scan the surroundings but decide to wait for the moment when he passes over. So cold. This grants him the skill cold resistance. The world then takes the skills heat resistance and cold resistance and combines them into thermal fluctuation resistance. T. Tamura, take the hard drive out of my computer at home. Put it in the bath and make sure it is completely wiped. This results in the world trying to create another skill. Deletion of data via electric current. However, this fails, because the world of Tensura does not understand the need to wipe the hard drive when you are going to die anyway. That's why machines will never replace us. As an alternate measure, the world creates the skill electrical current resistance. And attached to this is the skill paralysis resistance. As it is custom, the Isekai protagonist dies as a virgin and he regrets that. So naturally. I never thought I'd die a virgin. If I'm reborn, I'll be a lot more aggressive. I'll screw every girl I see. The world takes this seriously and grants Rimuru the unique skill Predator. Rimuru is not yet finished thinking about him dying a virgin, like seriously, how are those your final thoughts when you die? If a guy who is a virgin at 30 is a magician, then given how close I was to 40, I would have been a sage. I could have even made it to the rank of great sage. The world takes this seriously again and completely misunderstands this. It grants Rimuru an extra skill sage. The extra skill sage continues to transform into the unique skill great sage. And then Rimuru dies. I then feel it happen. A soul is passing over from the connected world. I can feel it and follow the place where it was about to settle. Ah, here we are. That's the slime body the world has prepared for Rimuru. Now I only have to wait for him to fuse with it and then... Ah, there we go. I can feel the soul arrive and fuse with the body. I make it quick. I don't want to make him suffer. I focus on the lines of death. Surprisingly, he doesn't have that many. The regeneration skill of this slime is impressive. I take out a small knife and cut one of the lines of death, effectively killing him, and then I focus on the boundary that I can feel, stopping me from acquiring the skills Rimuru has. It took me a second to overcome this and take all the skills he had for myself. I acquired the ability to use Magi Qs and the entire power system in the world of Tensura. Truly, for Rimuru to start with such strong abilities, what a cheat. I focus on making the skills truly mine. I don't want to have some kind of connection to the world and then decide to take them back from me. No one can take anything away from me. I notice the connection with my divinity of boundary and sever it. After making sure they work, after doing that, I establish a connection with my unique skill Great Sage and then have it create a connection with all of my skills. Because I don't need to talk to someone, Great Sage does not talk to me. It essentially acts as part of my brain and I will have it grow to take care of the underworld. I have a hacks that allows me to advance Great Sage to its next evolution. And that hacks is boundary manipulation. I use it to first see whether it would work and try to understand the possible consequences. After I find none, I proceed to advance Great Sage to its next evolution, Lord of Wisdom. This will help me tremendously in managing and showing me all of my progress. But it is more of a luxury than a necessity. In the story, Great Sage combined with the skill Degenerate to create the ultimate skill Lord of Wisdom, but I don't care about that. I have limitless energy and together with my divinity, I can remove the limit that stops the Great Sage from evolving. To evolve the unique skill Predator, Great Sage combined the skill Starve with it. It then evolved into the unique skill Gluttony. I don't have the skill Starve, but I can easily remove the limits of Predator and make it stronger to evolve it into Gluttony as well. As for the next evolution, in the story, Rimuru acquired the unique skill Merciless when he massacred the 20,000 soldiers. Gluttony evolved into the ultimate skill Lord of Gluttony at the cost of Merciless. For me, that was no problem. I had killed more than 20,000 monsters during the Titanomachi and fulfilled the requirement to get the unique skill Merciless. I then evolved the unique skill Gluttony into the ultimate skill Lord of Gluttony and sacrificed Merciless. Now I stood there in the cave, for a total of 2 hours and have already acquired 2 ultimate skills. These 2 skills, Lord of Wisdom and Lord of Gluttony, will help me massively in the future. I came to the world of Tensura because of the Great Sage skill and will leave it with 2 ultimate skills and a new shadow. Who is the new shadow, you ask? Well, there is still a dragon imprisoned in this cave and I would be stupid not to collect him. Third-person POV. Hades walked through the cave, using his new skill to sense magicules. He followed the way from where he sensed the highest concentration of magicules to be. He arrived at the place where Feldera the storm dragon was imprisoned. It was a cool sight but nothing special for Hades. He had already seen enough dragons when he fought with the Monarch of Destruction, King of Dragons. And he had many dragons as his shadows as well. So this was nothing special. He could however feel that this dragon was stronger than all the others he had encountered. Hades approached the infinity prison and stood there looking up at Feldera. The dragon saw him and looked down at him. He began to speak. Ah, a visitor after nearly 300 years. You must be here to see the mighty dragon Feldera yourself, et. Indeed I am here to see you and then take you with me. Et? Take me with you? Ha 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 ha. Feldera continued to laugh like this for a while and Hades had an amused smile on his face. I'm glad you find this amusing. We all need to have a good laugh before we die after all. Hades dropped the bomb out of nowhere and Feldera instantly stopped laughing. It seems this didn't amuse the dragon at all. He looked at Hades with angry eyes and started to roar as loud as he could. Shouting won't help you. You think you can come here and mock me? Me? The mighty storm dragon Feldera. And what made you think that I was mocking you? I have come to kill you and have you join me. There is nothing funny about that. It is an honor for you though. So maybe thank me instead. You're making me angry, human. That's your problem and I am not a human. Feldera had activated his monstrous amount of magicules and tried to pressure Hades. The only problem was that Feldera was inside the infinity prison and that stopped him from doing very much. Hades smiled again. This was funny to him. But it was time to end this farce. He focused on his new skill, Lord of Gluttony, and pointed his palm towards the prison. Hades' energy covered the entire prison and then absorbed it all. The storm dragon was still inside and Hades processed this and then spit the Feldera back out again. However, before the dragon could understand what just happened, his head was sliced and fell to the ground. Rise and serve. An enormous shadow rose from the corpse of Feldera and he looked around. He noticed Hades and then had an understanding look on his face. My lord. I apologize for the disrespect I showed you. It's all right. I understand that dragons are creatures with too much pride. Hades then used gluttony again and absorbed the body of Feldera. Hades was finished in the world of Tensura for now. He might return one day but it was fine now. He had other plans anyway. Asterisk. In the DC universe. Hades appeared in the underworld and immediately got to work. He had gotten Great Sage for the sake of managing the underworld when he wasn't here. But he wished to be informed of everything that was happening at all times, even if he was in another world. So Hades went to the energy core which he had created to fuel different things. He planned to allow certain sorcerers in the future to tap into this energy to fuel their spells. In turn, he would gain their souls after they die. No one escapes taxes. Hades took a cross-legged position and focused on his task. He created a simpler copy on the level of Great Sage and fused it with the energy core. This was a one-time occurrence. Great Sage wouldn't be connected to the energy core from now on, but it would permeate the entire underworld, giving it perfect control over things. Hades added a failsafe should something happen and Great Sage turn against him, but that was not possible. He still did it, just because you can never be too safe with such things. After he was done, he tried it out to see whether it worked as intended. He tried to see how the different biomes were doing and got a mental view of everything he wished. Great Sage shut off the underworld and implement emergency protocol number 002. As soon as he said this, Hades could feel how the entrance of the underworld shut down and an infinity barrier was put up. Right after that, the entire underworld was transported into the end, isolating it further. This was the emergency protocol, should a being of the primordial or higher level try and force its way into the underworld. The end was the most secure place ever because it was not technically a real place. It was a pocket reality totally under Hades' control. Hades undid everything again and told everyone that they had nothing to fear and it was only a test. Overall, Hades was more than happy with this. Now he could see what was happening in the underworld if he wished. Chapter 54, Getting Things in Order. Some time has passed since Hades had come back from the Tensura world. He had started to look after the underworld as he knew that with the gift the gods had granted Pandora, the underworld would get very busy. So to make sure that everything was working as intended, Hades decided to wait for a while before going to another world. He had gone back to the world of Tensura first to set things right and placed Rimuru in another slime body and gave him the skills he had in the beginning. He wanted the skills, but he would not just kill him for his benefit if he didn't have to. But that was not important now. He spent a few years in the underworld simply watching and seeing the progress while also training armed and unarmed combat from Yuichiro Hanma and Miyamoto Musashi. These two were masters in their respective martial arts and Hades picked it up in a flash. He used the same strength as they did to make training more effective and fun. But even then, the speed at which he learned new things had taken a massive leap since he had comprehended the sixth note. Using time dilation of about 100:1 he spent a few years in the end to learn the things from them and then train in simulations he created. He made the enemies stronger and stronger while he restricted his power more and more. After some years it was no use in training in the simulations anymore and he stopped to go back to the underworld. "My lord," Yuichiro asked Hades. He and Miyamoto were kneeling before Hades in his throne room in the underworld when he summoned them. He had something to tell them. "I have called you today because there is something I wanted you to do. Should you accept, you will be granted some form of freedom in the world of the living." "Sure, we'll do anything you ask of us," Miyamoto said. "I want you two to go out in the world and create quests that I will tell you about. I have decided to keep some form of influence in the world now and in the years to come," Hades told them. "What sort of quests do you mean?" "I want to create quests that those who seek to better themselves or wish to grow stronger can get tested. Those who pass the test will be granted something by me." "And what would you grant them, my lord?" Miyamoto asked Hades. "I have already started. When the gods created Pandora and gave her the box of curses to unleash on the world, I gave her a gift. I gave her the will of a conqueror. No, even beyond that. It is no longer correct to call it the will of a conqueror, it is not the will of Pandora. The will to get up and face misfortune, adversity and pain head-on. The will to grow stronger and walk the path no matter how many stones you encounter along the way." "Hehe, you gave her the will of a warrior," Yuichiro smiled. He knew this will. But what Hades gave Pandora was more than that. He gave her something special. Something like that. But there is more to it. "What I want you to do is to settle where the quest eventually leads and where the final tests will take place," Hades told them. "I understand. You want us to be the final challenges," Yuichiro said. "Correct. If those who go on the quest of Hades, make it till the end, you will be their final opponent. It should show us whether they deserve my gift or not. And don't worry. The tests that come before you will already have eliminated those that only seek power to dominate," Hades said. "So we just wait for a contender to come," Yuichiro said, clearly not as happy as he thought he would be bored. "For taking this upon yourselves, I will grant you two your bodies back and grant you eternal life, for as long as you act as the final guardians of the quest of Hades. I even have something special for you." "Yuichiro," Hades said, and out of his shadow another figure emerged. Yuichiro watched with wide eyes as the silhouette of a woman came out of Hades' shadow and revealed to be his wife. "You. I added her, for this reason. I thought you deserved some peace and entertainment. Take it however you wish. Now, do you accept?" Hades asked them both. "My lord, are we allowed?" Miyamoto wanted to ask, when Hades interrupted him. "You are allowed to go out and seek yourself a companion. Since Yuichiro has someone, I also grant you this chance. But if you have not yet found someone in the next millennia, I will have to ask you to begin with your quest preparations. You are both allowed to make families and you can travel the world. I will grant you the ability to teleport to your home, which you will build at the test site. And more questions?" "None, my lord," Miyamoto said. "No," said Yuichiro. "Good. Then let us begin. I will grant you your bodies now." Hades had planned to do this since he knew that Pandora would be created. He wanted to create something that would make exceptional martial artists from the entire world go on a quest. And should they prove themselves worthy, he would grant them the ability to use Haki or Nin. He had granted Pandora House Hoku Haki. She was the first one to be granted this, but it was more than just House Hoku Haki from One Piece. Those few that had this special type of will or Haki would be able to do truly marvelous things, and it depended on the individual to understand it. After Hades had granted Yuichiro, his wife, and Miyamoto real bodies, he sent them out to see the world before they began their work. The times were not good for humans in these years, and Hades could see it as the knowledge in the Tree of Knowledge increased. He could feel their suffering and their fear of death. Hades understands the fear of death better than any god, as he was once a human himself. That is also why he created the underworld the way he did and why he wanted the quests of Hades done as well. He knew that death was not cruel, it was impartial and that could be seen as cruel. But no matter who you were, it came for you. Everything would eventually come to Hades. As he was the end. No one would be free of this. Not even the gods and not even cosmic beings or entities. They would eventually come to him. In Hades' study. Hades was currently drinking the tea that he enjoyed so much when he got notified that someone called him from the palace in the underworld. He took a deep breath and appeared in the throne room. There stood his dear butler, dressed in formal clothing befitting his station. He bowed to Hades when the latter motioned him to speak. "Well, Sabas, what do you have for me?" Hades asked him with a smile. He was very proud of himself that he had taken the time to go to Overlord and take Sabas as his butler. He was truly competent, and after he made him a shadow he knew that his loyalty was guaranteed. He did however grant him a body to work in. Sabas has the appearance of an elderly butler and he is dressed gracefully in his traditional black uniform. Sabas' hair is entirely white, just like his immaculate beard. He has visible wrinkles on his hollow face, which makes him seem gentle in appearance, but his eyes are as sharp as an eagle's. "Master Hades. It appears that you have a guest. It is a young lady with the name of Pandora. Would you like to receive her?" Sabas asked. "Oh? She came. That's good then. Yes, please bring her in, Sabas." "Yes, sir." Sabas left to get Pandora. After a few minutes, he walked back in with the young woman in tow. She was a beautiful woman, but unlike what one might expect, she was not the scared and desperate girl who opened the box and unleashed all those curses on humanity. She looked like a strong and capable woman. "Pandora is here to see you, sir," Sabas says and bows. "Thank you, Sabas. You can leave." After Sabas leaves, the two alone, Hades and Pandora, look at each other for a moment. Then Hades stands up and walks to Pandora until he stands right before her. "Pandora, I am glad you came. What brings you here?" "Lord Hades, thank you for seeing me and allowing me access to the underworld. I came to speak with you about your gift," Pandora told him. "I see. And what is it that you wish to know?" "I wish to know why you did it. Why did you give me the strong will that drives me and pushes me forward? Why do you want to torture me so?" Pandora had an angry look on her face. "It seems like you misunderstood me. What I gave you is the power to decide. I gave you the will to do anything you set your mind to. You have been granted something truly unique and powerful. I gave this to you so that you can stand back up after this punishment that the gods gave humanity and help them. You can become someone that truly helps them and shows them that there is still hope." "I understand. What should I do then?" Pandora asked him after a moment of contemplation. "What do you want to do?" I'm not sure. I want to help humans. To help my kind. I wish to show those gods that we're not weak and we will not bend to their every whim just because we aren't as strong as they are. I wish to see humanity prosper." Hades grinned when she said that. He had succeeded in his plan to make Pandora the force that will give humanity hope. She will become a legendary figure in the future. "That is good. I am glad you think that way. And I invite you to the underworld whenever you wish. As long as you agree to all the terms, you are always welcome here." "Thank you, Lord Hades. But I wish to live among humans for now. I want to be as close to them as I possibly can." "That is perfectly fine. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you for explaining this to me, Lord Hades." "You are most welcome, Pandora. I shall see you in the future," Hades told her when she left with Sabas. Hades was now ready. He had completed the things he came here for and was now ready to go on another adventure in another world. He had waited for a long time now and he wished to see new things. And he knew the perfect world to do that. He had long waited to have a symbol of power. While he could have asked the Cyclops to make one for him, he didn't want to. He wanted something unique, with metals of his choosing or at least something that was connected to his soul. And he thought of the world of Bleach. It was perfect and the Zanpakuto would reflect his soul and fit him perfectly. So, Hades prepared everything. He checked if everything was ready and then told Hecate as well as the family of Nyx and Erebus goodbye. He told them that he would go into the end to practice with his powers and wouldn't come back for a few years. He went into the end, sat down cross-legged and then focused on the world he wished to go to as well as the time. With one last look, he vanished from the DC universe. Chapter 55, 1 million years ago. Hades arrived in the world of Bleach. The world was a dark and gloomy place to be in, locked in a cycle of decline and destruction. All of existence was a single, chaotic, primordial world overrun by hollows that preyed upon the world's denizens. They were drawn to negative emotions, fears, and spiritual energy, which were in abundant supply during these tumultuous times. Nothing was truly alive or dead. Everything followed the circle of Rishi. Souls and hollows just existed constantly circulating through the motions, one transforming into the other. There was only one thing that existed in this period. And that was the underworld or hell dimension. In the future, after the separation of the three realms, if a spirit has committed heinous crimes as a human or has not escaped to Hueco Mundo, it will be sent to the underworld instead of soul society. But since there were no humans yet, and the concept of life and death were not yet introduced, it was mostly empty. The underworld did serve an important purpose though. The underworld's integrity was, similar to the balance of souls between the human world and soul society, maintained by a balance of Ryotsu between it and the combined realms of the human world and soul society. This was at that time simply everything else. What did this mean? This meant that there was a constant cycle of Rishi between the underworld and the rest of the world. This was what essentially held everything together. A soul that was formed from Rishi would essentially grow up and then be devoured by a hollow. This was part of the cycle of Rishi. After that, it was a matter of whether the hollow could consume enough souls or Rishi to sustain itself. If it couldn't, it would return to Rishi. This malevolent Rishi would then flow into the underworld to be cleansed and then return to the overworld. That was the cycle of Rishi and the rules on which everything functioned. This of course was not efficient. There was no progress, only chaos. Everything went by chance and nothing was achieved. The world was in decline. But it was a slow-going progress. It might take 1 million to hundreds of million years until the cycle of Rishi would no longer be able to sustain itself, due to the hollows just having a very big advantage. The amount of Rishi was diminishing as the hollows consumed and grew stronger. Hades arrived in the world and felt the energy this world functioned with. Rishi or spirit energy. It was the energy that your soul produced, and Hades could feel the positive effects it had on him. Since he was born as Hades, he had never trained his soul. It grew naturally, but this would be a good opportunity for him to increase his soul's strength. It was also the perfect chance for him to combine all the energies that he had access to and make them one. He could feel a connection to the underworld in this world as soon as he arrived here. He understood the reason and went there. He could feel the malicious energies trying to corrupt the intruder and push his spirit energy out of him. It was trying to dry his soul out of energy. He of course didn't allow this to happen and pushed back. It was at that moment that he unlocked his own Ryoryoku/Ryotsu. It was a cool and refreshing feeling for him as the energy flowed through his soul and out of it. He could feel the power it had and the potential it represented. He was glad that he was inside the underworld dimension, as the pressure and intensity of his Ryotsu might have caused widespread destruction and the world could not use this right now. Hades got to work. He used the chance this gave him to cleanse himself and strengthen his soul. He took control and ownership of the underworld, but he had no plans with it for now. He wanted to get his growth first. Hades meditated, something he hadn't done in years, and tried to separate his soul from his physical body. This should not be hard for him, as a god had a true form that should act as his soul. As Hades meditated and managed to get his soul out of his physical body, he began the long and arduous process of cleansing his soul and fixing it. All the different energies he had acquired had caused some damage to his soul. Hades was born with divinity and mana. After going to the wizarding world, he got a different type of magic energy. This might be confusing, but it is like different flavored drinks. They all have water in them, or most, but they are still different. Next was cursed energy from Jujutsu Kaisen. This was something completely different and not something that you could just accept and use like Hades did. And of course, there is positive energy as well. The man in the world of solo leveling came after. This is closer to his original mana from the DC universe he got when he was born. So what did this do to Hades? Well, the reason he was able to deal with those things was because he is a god and the god of boundaries. But he never got negatively affected by this because of his second wish. But the damage was still there, and while it didn't negatively affect him, it would help him massively if he healed it. So that is what he did. He circulated his spirit energy through his soul over and over again. This process took long. And the reason it took long was that, with every rotation, his soul would expel a tiny amount of waste, like some cultivation novel. He was cleansing himself, and after the process was over, Hades would then be able to form something of a mystical core, so to speak. He would then use this core to combine all the energies he had into one. The spirit energy acted as the matrix in between that held everything together, and in the end allowed him to make the Omni energy. An energy that could accept new energy and allow Hades to use it with no problems. The years flowed by and the underworld had changed somewhat. Around Hades, there was now a black gooey wasteland of waste, lol. His soul was shining as Hades was in the process of fusing all energies into one and completing what he came here to do. It was a massive success for Hades, and he had grown, not stronger physically, but spiritually. His soul was now much stronger, and he had probably gained some form of minor divinity of energy or something. But he would have to see that later. For now, he had been in the underworld long enough, and he felt a powerful presence in the overworld. Hades was still in his soul state. He had dropped his physical body in the gates of Hades, as he called it. It was a replica of the gates of Babylon that Hades had created. He turned the inventory curse into this by removing the limits and barriers. He made his way out of the underworld and followed the powerful presence he felt. When he arrived on what looked like a battlefield, if the dead hollows were anything to go by, Hades stood before a young man. The man had a rather small and thin build. He wore pants that looked like those from a Shiakush, leaving his chest bare. He had a coat that covered most parts of his upper body. What stood out most though were his eyes. They looked like he had yellow crosses inside, but when you looked closer you saw that it was actually 4 pupils in each eye. In his hand, he held a normal-looking katana that leaked energy from the blade. The man looked at Hades and studied him just as Hades did the man. Hades knew who this was, but he wanted to make sure. "Did you kill all these hollows?" "I did," the man said. His voice was a gentle and harmonious quality that was easy on the ears, conveying a sense of calm and comfort while still being perfectly clear. "I see. What's your name?" Hades asked. "I have no name." "No name? Where did you come from?" "I don't know. I just appeared here." "So you appeared here and then decided to kill the hollows?" "Why? I'm not certain. It was instinct." Hades tried to help him. "Yes. Instinct. It pushed me to kill these hollows and save the souls." Hades smiled at him. "What about you?" the man asked Hades. "What about me? Do you have a name?" "Of course. My name is Hades. I am the ruler of the underworld." "Ah, the long night." "Long night? Yes, that is the place where Rishi goes to sleep and then comes back cleaner." "I see. Yes, it indeed does that. So you are Iman." "Iman. Yes, Iman. The eternal sleep." "Ah, a fitting name indeed." "Well, if you give me a name, I shall give you one as well," Hades said. Hades thought about it, and since he wasn't very good at it, he decided to go with the original. No reason to complicate things. "How about Hatsu Hinode, or Ray for short? The first rays of the sun are called Hatsu Hinode. So I think it fits." "Hatsu Hinode. Ray. I like it," he said and smiled at Hades. The two spent more time together and began to talk about the world as a whole and what seemed to be the problem. "I believe you were created by the world itself. I think you bring hope to the world. It was declining, and with someone killing the hollows, I believe that more souls could be created by the Rishi," Hades told Ray. "You are correct. The longer I am alive, the better I understand things. This chaos is not good for the world, and it couldn't go on like this. I have to do something. Well, killing the hollows might help, but you can't ever kill all of them as they spawn, and without them, the cycle or Rishi can't go on. But that might be the solution to more Rishi." "True. More souls means more spirit energy released, and that means more Rishi. It would help in the short term." "Tell me, Ray, what are those eyes of yours?" Hades asked Ray. "Oh, these. They allow me to see the future." "Is that so? But they do more than that, don't they?" Hades asked with a smirk. Haha, don't play dumb with me, Ray. Do you think I will take them from you? You couldn't. They are truly special." "Oh? Ha ha ha. You are special in your own way. The amount of powers you have is ridiculous, and you were just born too. But don't worry, I won't take them." Ray looked to be down there. He didn't have his smile anymore. "Oi Ray, I really won't take them. It's not that. I know you won't. It's just, the future I'm thinking about. Killing hollows is only short term. I know, and if you want I can deal with the shortage of reishi no problem. No. I believe there might be another way that would be better. Better than just producing more reishi? Now I'm interested. The world is so chaotic. I feel the need to change this. To change the way things work right now, Ray said. He was deep in thought. It seems you know something that you're not telling me. Ha, look Ray. You can tell me if it bothers you. We're friends now and that is something that friends do. So don't let it bother you and tell me when you feel like it, okay? Thank you, Iman, Ray said with a smile on his face. It seemed the Almighty was working fine and he had seen what he would become of him. But I would stop him if I could. I liked Ray and I didn't want to see him sealed and mutilated. Chapter 56, The Separation. As the years passed, things began to change slightly. More souls were created out of reishi and some souls were more powerful than others. Hades was still spending most of his time together with Ray and talking about many things. He introduced him to different games and they would spend a lot of time just talking and drinking tea. Hades and Ray had become very close to each other. They were like brothers and Hades enjoyed his company. It was strange that a being who was this strong was as humble as you can be when someone like Zeus was that arrogant for, just being born the last. Ray and Hades also met some stronger souls. One of them was the one who called himself Ichibe Hyasub. He was a strange character and Hades could feel the twisted character that lay underneath the surface. He could feel the need for dominance in his heart. When Ray found out that he could see and know all names, he gave him the name Manik Asho, or the monk who calls the true name. Funnily enough, Ichibe called Hades by the name he was given by Ray, Iman. Hades decided that it was better than Hadesu, so he kept it. The other souls that were stronger were the future noble clan leaders and Iman didn't like them one bit. He could see the greed and fear in their eyes. He was very well acquainted with fear and he could smell it from them. They feared the power Ray had and also him. But they never saw his power, so they could only guess. One day, Ray came to Hades and wanted to talk to him. Hades could feel the tension he was feeling and was not happy with this. He was sure that he would tell him something stupid. I need to tell you something, Iman. Sure, tell me. Remember when you asked me what my eyes could do? Yeah, I remember. You didn't want to tell me because you thought I would take them from you. No, I knew you wouldn't take them from me. I just didn't want to tell you how I knew. Oh? How did you know? Can you see the future? Hades asked with a smile. How could you possibly guess that? Ray asked with a perplexed expression on his face. Ha ha ha, come on Ray. How long do we know each other now? You always knew things before they happened and whenever we talk about the future of the world you are always sad and try to hide it from me. So I guess you are going to tell me finally. Yes. I will tell you now. I have many powers as you already know. The miracles I can perform, the stagnation and evolution, how I learn new things and master new moves and powers, it's all connected to my abilities. But my eyes are the strongest organ I have. You see these eyes have a special name. A special name? Something glorious? Or magnificent? Yes. They are called the Almighty. Oh my! Truly over the top. So you can see the future then? Not directly. The power of the Almighty is not only to see the future, it is to alter it. I can change the future however I wish with these eyes. That is beyond broken. No wonder those 5 idiots are so greedy. Now that I think about it. I also. Stop. I know you don't need it. That is also something that I noticed. They don't work on you. Your eyes don't work on me? So you can't see my future. No, I can see your future, to some degree. But I can't alter it. I can't manipulate your future. It's like your future is your own and no one can change it. None of my powers seem to work on you for that matter. That's because nothing that could be harmful to me, can affect me. That is one of my better qualities. Now the thing that I wanted to talk to you about was the future. The future of the world, Iman. I have seen it and I have made a decision. I don't like where this is going. I know. But I have seen what the future can hold and I wish to see it come to pass. I wish to create some things. I want to see all the possibilities that could happen where life can exist. I saw it with the Almighty. It is possible and it is wonderful. Imagine Iman, life. Real life and not just this cycle of Rishi where souls have no future and are condemned to eventually become hollows and then back to Rishi. I wish to see this happen and I have already seen it happen. There is only one thing that could stand in the way of this dream of mine. You. Me? Why would I stand in the way of your dream? Hades asked. In every future, you are the one who stops the things from happening that need to happen. You always stop it and bring with you great anger. I understand your anger, but it is my decision and I hope that you can come to understand that. What exactly did you see? I see a sacrifice. I will be sealed by the five and you will. No. Absolutely not. There is no way I would ever allow that to happen. Ray smiled when Hades said that. I know. That is also the thing I see. You always stop it and kill them all. But it's my choice, Iman. I wish for it to happen. It needs to happen. Why? Why can't you just create whatever you want with your own two hands? You have all that power. Or better, let me do it. I can create anything you want, no problem. No. I don't want that. I wish to create it with my own hands. I will allow myself to be sealed and then have the three realms created. I hope you come to understand me in your heart or at least come to respect my choice. This is my responsibility. That is what I was created or born for. It is my purpose. Don't you remember what you told me about purpose? I remember. Without purpose, we would not exist. Hades finished his sentence. I loved the time we shared together, Iman. You are so much more than what you seem at first. I know that you will honor my choice. I wish you the absolute best life has to offer you, my friend. Oh, and Iman. Yes. At least Manikasho, all right. Hades didn't answer him and only looked away. He knew what he was talking about. He was clear on it. And he didn't like it one bit. It would be hard for him and no matter what he tells him, Ray would not allow him to do all the things he wanted to do. Hades could easily go against his wishes, but that is not what Ray wants. He wishes to do this by himself and be the one to create life and separate it from death. He wished to be the one to bring order and have those disgusting pieces of trash seal him. I'll try, Ray. No promises. Thank you, Iman. After that, Rayo the Soul King or Ray, the friend of Hades left. His wish was to be sealed and have those five souls seal him so that they could use his powers. Thus, for their respective reasons, the five sealed an unresisting Ray inside a crystal and used his omnipotent powers to split the world into three new ones, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the human world, and in the process created the cycle of life and death. It was a sad day for Hades. He respected his wishes, just as he respected the wish of his first love Rose, all those years ago. He would need to let off some steam sometime soon, or he would explode. And the time for that came sooner than he expected. Hades was standing before five souls that were far more powerful than all the others that existed in these times. The world had experienced a massive change in the last few days and they had arrived before him. So you came. I can't say I'm surprised, Hades told them. Iman, we have sealed the Soul King. It was necessary to seal him so that we could create this new world. It was his wish for this to happen. We came here before you because we wanted to give you the same chance to follow Rayo's wishes. Rayo's wishes, you say? So was it his wish to have his corpse sealed and then mutilated by a bunch of greedy and scared fucks like you five are? We are not here to fight, Iman. No? Then why do you stand before me today, with the parts of my friends that you cut off? Hades screamed. He was furious, just like Ray knew he would be. The entire underworld trembled when Hades got angry and it threatened to break down. You are just after the power that Ray had. And now you come and hide your greed and fear under a righteous cause. Don't hold me for a fool, because I am this close to killing you all and your entire families, from existence. He's dangerous, me must act now, one of the five said. Do it. The battlefield was in the underworld realm where the boundaries between dimensions seemed to blur and blend, as Hades' anger increased. Hades, the god of the underworld with power over boundaries, was a formidable and indomitable figure. His eyes burned with an otherworldly rage and seemingly glowed light purple. He faced five powerful adversaries, including the legendary Ichibe Hyasub, but Hades had every intention of proving his dominance. And no intention of giving them a good fight. Ichibe Hyasub, the monk of the future royal guard, stood at the forefront, his unwavering resolve serving as a beacon of hope for his companions. Beside him were four other formidable beings, each with their own unique abilities and strengths. But as the battle began, it became clear that Hades was a force to be reckoned with. An indomitable force and an immovable object both in one. Hades moved with an incredible swiftness, his punches flickering between boundaries and meeting faces whenever he wanted to. He effortlessly manipulated the boundaries of space and time, creating rifts and warping reality at will. His every step was a dance between dimensions, making it almost impossible for his opponents to predict his movements. With a sinister expression, Hades extended his hand, and a rift in the fabric of reality tore through the air. From this void emerged tendrils of darkness that ensnared his adversaries, binding them in place. Ichibe and the others struggled against the inescapable grip, but it was clear that Hades had the upper hand. Although Ichibe's power was darkness, and it allowed him to almost slip out of the bindings, Hades was a god and would never allow that to happen. Hades' voice resonated with a chilling authority as he taunted his foes, "You dare challenge me? You are insignificant in the face of true character. You mutilate my friend and take his appendages away from him while he is sealed and then try to do the same to me. Well, too bad for you, I am not to be taken lightly and you will understand what it means to dine in hell." As the battle raged on, Hades' dominance became increasingly evident. His control over the boundaries allowed him to bend the laws, making the very environment a weapon at his disposal. His anger was what stopped him from fighting with efficiency. Instead, he just crushed all their hopes they had in defeating him. Finally, with an air of cold determination, Hades unleashed his move, Lord of Gluttony. The very fabric of the battlefield seemed to unravel as he devoured the four of his opponents, one by one. They were consumed by the darkness, and their powers were absorbed into Hades. Hades had no interest in having these four reincarnate or get turned into Rishi again. Only Ichibe remained, his resolve broken. With his companions gone, the burden of the battle now fell squarely on his shoulders, but he knew the outcome. Hades advanced towards Ichibe with malevolent intent. But Ichibe was a warrior, and he would not go down without a fight. It was not a fight. It was a massacre from the beginning, and they all paid dearly for their lapse in judgment. The slaughter between Hades and Ichibe continued, a clash between a titan that can shake the very foundations of the universe and break Ichibe apart with a thought and the manic Osho. The outcome remained certain, as well as one fact: Hades, with his power, had proven himself to be an unstoppable force of destruction should you anger him. Chapter 57, 10, 9, 8, 7. Hades stood tall above Ichibe, who was bleeding very badly and was very close to death. The shadow that Hades cast gave Igby some of the most fear he had ever felt in his existence. It seemed like it was looking at him and was ready to tear him apart piece by piece. The thousands of eyes didn't help. "Look at you, look what your ambition and greed, as well as your fear, brought you, lying to my feet. I would love nothing more than to simply kill you right now. But I will have to manage with some heavy torture for now. My shadows are very interested to meet you, Ichibe Hyasub." Hades put Igby through some of the same torture as he did Grindelwald, back in the wizarding world. The only difference is that Ichibe could take more of that, and he made it far more terrible. He left Ichibe in there for a few years inside. That was about 2 hours outside. So he spent about 1,000 plus lifetimes in there, experiencing the worst torture you can imagine. "I can smell your fear, Ichibe Hyasub. That is good. Remember that fear for the rest of your life. Remember never to come before me and ask something from me again. Don't think I still won't kill you. The only reason I'm not doing it is because Ray asked me to. Can you imagine the one who saw what would happen, and asked me to spare your life? You should count yourself very lucky. Now off you go, guard the Soul King and play protector, you piece of trash. Get out of my sight." Ichibe would carry some trauma around for millennia before he got somewhat over it. But his fear of Hades will never disappear. Just like in the original story, Ichibe went to found the Royal Guard and separate the Soul King Palace from the Soul Society. The natural order of life and death had been created, and humans had been created, and Quincy's along with them. The future was uncertain to all but Ray, and he was sealed now. Hades was sad that his friend hadn't allowed him to do the work for him and separate the known world into 3 parts. It would have been so much easier. But he understood the wish to create something yourself. It was the same for him when he created the underworld in the DC universe. But now he was alone. He had decided to live in the Soul Society and see the action firsthand in the future. Some things were bound to change, and he was interested to see what did. But he knew that it was not much, as Ray had surely changed the things he could, even though Hades was now in this world. So the outcome would likely be similar to canon, but that was not necessarily bad. Many years later, Soul society changed over the years. Since souls are safer in soul society than they were before, there has been a lot of prosperity on that front. A feudal monarchy or oligarchy has been established as a government over the years. That was not surprising after the 4 powerful souls who fought against Hades and got devoured had families before they died. These families were the 4 noble families of soul society. These families have used the power they had and seized control over soul society, to shape it the way it is now. They created a military quite early on after they understood that their patriarchs weren't coming back from their fight with Hades. That was also how the early stages of the Onmitsukid came to be. They acted as a form of military and assassination squads to kill whoever went against them. Those that were strong would become the minor noble houses, and these were the only houses with which someone from the 4 noble houses could marry. That is one of the rules that the future Byakuya Kukaki breaks. The 4 noble families carry the most weight and have some influence over governmental institutions like Central 46 Chambers and even institutions outside of the government like the future Shin Academy, which was not yet established. The military, which would in the future consist of court guard squads, the Kid Corps and the Onmitsukid, have no authority to act against a noble family without evidence that their actions are treasonous to soul society. This has been established since pretty much the beginning of the soul society. The Central 46 serve the Shinigami royalty. They are made up of 40 wise men and 6 judges, selected from all of soul society. They are sealed into an enclave in Seiridai, which already exists, called Sieged Kirin. No one else may enter the Sieged Kirin, regardless of their military or civilian status. They act as a supreme judiciary organization whose authority puts it in direct control of the legal system. They handle all rulings on Shinigami and souls who have violated prohibitions. Their orders are absolute and no decision has been known to be overturned. They are somewhat of a tool for the Shinigami royalty. It is only somewhat because there are cases of minor nobles that have been punished before. But it is not impossible for a member of the 4 high noble clans to ever get punished. Hades was walking through the Rukanga when he met an interesting soul. Hades POV. I walk through the Rukanga. This is where I have built my home. I didn't want to do it in the Seiridai where those nobles lived, and here I had enough space to do whatever I wished. Over the years I have had many confrontations with the nobles and the military, the Onmitsukid, since the Shinigami didn't exist as they did in the story yet. And each time I had to crush them entirely to tell them not to mess with me. It happened about 2 or 5 times. Every time it seems that they forget about me and I have to refresh their memories. I usually kill those responsible for messing with me and then leave. It was a nice change of pace every once in a while. But other than that I kept to myself and built my home as well as a nice training area underground. I reinforced the walls with my divinity of boundaries so that they held everything I would throw at them. I took some students over the years and got the moniker the Sensei. It was not a bad name to be known by, but it was a long shot from the honored one. I still enjoyed it. There were never any truly capable souls for me to teach, and they would usually leave after experiencing my torture for either an hour or a week. But no one ever held on longer than a week. I had made the training so that it targeted many different areas of a Shinigami lifestyle. And according to the things a Shinigami should know, I split the Jinnermao's underground training ground into different parts. 1. Ryoryoku and Ryotsu control. I created a field where the Rishi in the environment was chaotic, similar to the way it was almost 1 million years ago. This should help them control their spirit energy better and also grow stronger because the saturation of spirit energy in this section was beyond anywhere else. It was close to 100 denser than in the Soul King's palace. 2. Zanjutsu. This was essential for an aspiring Shinigami. They had to know how to use a Zanpakuto, even though it was not yet invented. But the man who was already born. We shall talk about him later. Here there were mannequins that wielded a katana or other weapons on different difficulties. To pass one stage, you had to beat the current difficulty and then you could advance. 3. Unarmed combat. In the future, it would be known as Hakuta and Hoho, which is being taught in the Shinigami Academy or Shino Academy. It was similar to the Zanjutsu section. You got beat up until you managed to defeat the mannequin for your current difficulty. And then you advance to the next. In both this and the second section, gravity could be adjusted and would increase with each level. That made it very hard. 4. Waterfall of Truth. This was the last and probably the most important section for a Shinigami. Here the Rishi concentration was even higher than in the other parts and breathing was made very difficult. You first had to go through all the other sections to get here, otherwise, you'd die. What happened here was the same as the Waterfall of Truth in Naruto. You were confronted with your darker side or the side with which you had a problem. You had to come to understand yourself before you could advance here. It could also be used to train your Zanpakuto and get closer to it. Hades was proud of his training grounds, and he also had a place where 2 or more people could spar or train their Zanpakuto, as well as a range for the practice of Kido. But those were not mandatory in his eyes. It had taken Hades quite a few years to build it from scratch, as he took it very slowly. He had no rush whatsoever, and every once in a while, he would go back to the DC universe and check on the underworld. Great Sage kept him posted on all the things he wanted to know, but it was still better to go there himself every once in a while. Thankfully the time difference was quite big. Currently, Hades was walking through the Rukanga and met an interesting person. It was a young soul that had a weird hairstyle and also, glasses. "What are you doing there?" Hades asked him. Oh, well, I am in the process of creating something beautiful, my brother. You see, I am the great Oetsu Nimeya, and I will create something that will revolutionize how Shinigami fight. Is that so? And what might that be? Hades asked the young Oetsu Nimeya. Well, I have no name for it yet. But it should be a weapon, and it will connect to a Shinigami's soul. And then it will allow a Shinigami to use their essence to fight and kill hollows. Ain't that great? Oetsu asked him. While he was talking, he kept gesturing with his hands and waving them around. It was funny being around him, and Hades spent the day with him, having Oetsu tell him all about his project. Oetsu was very close to creating the Zanpakuto, Hades found out, and he was surprised that he hadn't noticed or seen him in the Rukanga before. He was getting around a lot after all. He had been looking for something or someone. A few centuries ago, he felt something change. It was a fundamental change that seemed to happen. But it didn't seem to affect the world at all. It was only him, and he found that weird. Nothing could affect him negatively, so whatever happened those centuries ago, had to be good for him. But he didn't know what it was, and therefore he had been searching for it. It was a stupid idea to search for something that you had no idea what it was, but Hades had enough time. Now that he found Oetsu Nimeya, he thought it was it, but it wasn't. The strange feeling and longing were still there, and he had to somehow satiate it, or he would have true pain in the future. The feeling was growing in intensity. The longing increased to find whatever it was that caused that change. "Yo, what's your name anyway?" Oetsu asked him. "You can call me Iman, Gojo Iman." Chapter 58, Young Man. Hades spent some time with Oetsu. He asked him whether he wanted to become stronger, but Oetsu had no interest. He just wanted to continue with his work on the Zanpakutos. It was interesting to see him work, and Hades asked him whether he would make him such a weapon when he was finished. Oetsu agreed and said to come back when he was finished. Apparently, he was close to something but had hit some sort of limit for now. Hades continued with his exploration and search of the Soul Society in Hueco Mundo for a few decades. And as it so happened, Hades had found a friend in Hueco Mundo. Although it was less a friendship and more a one-sided bothering. Flashback. Hades was wandering the empty desert of Hueco Mundo in search of something new. The hollows had started to get stronger again. Every once in a while a tribe would go to Hueco Mundo and kill some hollows that were too strong. All to preserve the balance. As he walked through the desert, he felt something interesting. A strong hollow had appeared. It was the perfect time for him to see and meet someone strong and have some fun. When Hades gets there, he sees a hollow that he recognizes from the story. The hollow has the appearance of a skeleton, with his head being a skull and his hands and arms being bones. The hollow's body is draped in a purple cloak, with a pitch-black tattered fur collar around his neck area and the fringes of his cloak, which gives him a macabre appearance strongly reminiscent of a lich. Several lengths of golden chain dangle out of his armbands. An eye at the center of his chest near his neck is worn as an elegant pendant. His legs aren't visible as they are hidden by the purple cloak. He wears a full, extravagantly decorated, bejeweled crown, with a chain running downward on the left side. It was truly befitting the king of Hueco Mundo. Or at least the future king of Hueco Mundo. Or maybe he already was. Hades wasn't sure. He hadn't been in Hueco Mundo for a while. As he approached the Vasto Lord, the latter sensed him and turned around. "A Shinigami, how nice of you to see me after becoming the new king of Hueco Mundo." "Ah, a king you say? How fascinating." "Yes. I am a king, and as it is custom, you should better bow before me." "Bow? I don't bow, son. I am the one who usually gets bowed to." "Oh? Ha 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 ha, I can't feel any spiritual pressure from you. Someone that is so weak shouldn't be so cocky, or you might die sooner than you think," Baragon said ominously. "You fh, Ominous. I must say you got the whole skeleton theme down. Now why don't we get down to business, Hades said. And what business do you have? Shinigami. Well, I felt your spiritual pressure and thought you were strong. How about we fight and get our old bones some training? Otherwise, we might rust, don't you think? You want to fight with me? Ha 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 ha, that is the funniest thing I have ever heard. You can't just fight the king. You first have to beat the lackeys. Oh, so you call them lackeys. Interesting. Although I understand with their strength they are indeed lacking. One of the hollows, an Agicus, didn't take that lightly and attacked Hades. Oh yeah. Well, take this, the hollow screamed and attacked. It was a crocodile-looking hollow that had a strong jaw. It opened its mouth up wide and bit Hades. However, before it managed to do that, its mouth was cut like it hit an invisible wall that cut off his face. It was instantly dead as the mast was damaged. You shouldn't approach someone who you know nothing about. Now I didn't have time to tone down on my Ryutsu. Look at what happened, Hades said. Hades' Ryutsu was already incalculable. The quantity was limitless due to his divinity of boundaries, and the quality was growing with the years. So something similar happened as it did with Aizen when Shinigami tried to put cuffs on him after the Mukken. The jaw of the hollow was disintegrated as soon as it got too close. But unlike with Aizen, this time there was no bleeding. The parts that made contact just turned into Reishi and the hollow died. Hades could tone this down if he wanted. Fighting was no fun otherwise. He did like to get a challenge every once in a while, otherwise he would die of boredom. But he had his boredom under control. Baragon POV. I looked at what happened and had wide eyes. I have never seen a Shinigami that could do this. I had to be careful and be prepared. But I wasn't worried. There hasn't been a Shinigami or hollow that could challenge me yet. However, there was one that might pose a threat to me if he continued the way he did. But a Shinigami? PFT, no way. My aspect of death was far too powerful. I will age him and he will die. It was as simple as that. I stand up from my chair. I will have to create a palace for myself in the future. Or have others build it for me. Hueco Mundo was my kingdom and I will rule it. You are powerful Shinigami. I will fight you and you will see why I am the king of Hueco Mundo. Come. Flashback end. Hades POV. This was about a century ago, maybe more. I was still following that feeling of longing when I felt something. A strong Ryutsu had appeared in Soul Society. No, not one, two powerful Ryutsus. Ah, a fight was going on. I might as well have a look and see whether I can have some fun. It has been a while since I sparred with Baragon and now might be a good time for another spar. I made my way across the Rukonga to the place where I felt the fight taking place. Using my movement technique was a very fast and nimble way of getting around. I was not happy with the way Shunpo worked because it was very linear. Most movement techniques were like that and I didn't lie about that. I wanted something that flowed like water or the wind. Something unpredictable, otherwise it was only good to get from point A to B. But I wanted something to fight with and I managed to create such a movement technique. I was very proud of it. Instead of just using as many steps as possible in one go, I used very small steps but pumped them full of explosive power to have fast and flexible movements. It was hard to describe, but I was essentially tiptoeing just with 1,000,000 times the speed. I got to the place where the fight was going on. And I was very surprised at what I saw. A hollow that looked like a giant toad-like creature with elongated arms which reached almost to the ground was there fighting a Shinigami. His forelimbs end in large claws, while his legs are much shorter. The hollow does not have a visible neck, instead, his head is an extension of his body. His forehead is covered in hexagonal markings, while a structure extends from his nose back across its cheeks, ending in large circles just beside the hexagonal markings. A long beard extends from beneath his small hollow mask. I could not believe what I saw. This was the future hollow known as a Komikidom. It was currently an Agicus class hollow, but I can tell you that its power is not lower than that of a Vasto Lord. I can feel the hunger of this hollow. It was craving something to devour. That was its aspect of death. Devouring. And not only that, it seemed to evolve after it devoured something. That was why it wasn't yet a Vasto Lord and still an Agicus. The Shinigami looked so small in comparison. He had black hair and had a tuft of hair sticking up at the back of his head in a top knot. He had thick but manageable eyebrows and the beginning of a mustache with no beard. He had a prominent crease on his forehead and beneath his eyes, giving him a serious and tense look, and shallow cheeks. I could see that he wore better clothes like someone from the Siritii, but nothing that screamed noble. And it made sense. There was no way a noble would willingly fight this hollow, with nothing but a normal katana in his fists. But this one had guts, I'll give him that. I could see what a stubborn one he was, and I understood that he would make a great Shinigami. As the fight progressed, I understood that the Shinigami had no chance. He was getting his behind handed to him. The hollow was not holding back his punches at all. But despite all this, he was not giving up. I could see the determination and will to continue fighting. He had some willpower. If he was in my universe, I'm sure that he would pass the quest of Hades. He has that special will that I call Pandora's will. After one giant zero from the hollow, the Shinigami was finally down and could not stand up whatsoever. The Ajakas approached him and was just about to devour him when I decided to intervene. I held the hollow with my hand and stopped him from eating the young man. Then I looked at him and asked, "Well, young man, that was quite the show you pulled. Remarkable for someone so young to be so strong. But you should be careful what you wish for." POV. It was another one of those days that I asked myself what it really means to be a Shinigami. I mean, I know the basics. You understand how things work and who has all the say. I know about hollows and their danger to the souls as well as their appetite to eat more. But it was very hard to kill them. You had to kill them and cut their masks to truly defeat them. Otherwise, they might not die and come back. I was always stronger than my peers. For some reason, my spirit energy was higher than those of others my age. I had a hot temper, and that was also why I didn't have any friends. But I didn't care. I wanted to do something with my life and not just rot here and do nothing. So when I felt the powerful Ryutsu of a hollow, I was excited. I finally had a chance to fight a strong hollow and have some fun. But that was not what happened. I did not have fun. I had pain. And lots of it. I have never seen such a strong hollow. He took my punches like they were nothing, and my katana did nearly no damage. His zero was so powerful that I had to dodge everyone in fear of dying otherwise. I held on as long as I could, but after a few hours of trying to survive and find an opening, I got hit by another of his massive zero and was then unable to stand back up. Just when I thought I was going to die, I felt a shadow appear above me and a man standing there holding the hollow with one hand and stopping him from devouring me. One hand. Well, young man. That was quite the show you pulled. Remarkable for someone so young to be so strong. But you should be careful what you wish for, he said to me. I couldn't even respond. The hollow started to scream very hollow-like and then fired a zero at point-blank range. I saw the man smile as the zero approached him. Smile. What sort of psycho smiled in the face of that? However, instead of him dying, he did something I will never forget. He took the zero head-on, with his hand. He just grabbed that zero and tossed it away like it was nothing. Well, then, big guy. It is time for you to say goodbye. For I will punch you in the eye. Oh my, he was an idiot it seemed. This guy bent his knees slightly, pulled back his arms and then disappeared. He reappeared in front of the Ajakas and he punched with both of his fists at the same time. Skotsu, the man said. At first, nothing happened. But then, there were cracks and then the hollow began to crumble and a hole started to appear. More and more of the hollow's body crumbled and disappeared until nothing was left. The attack completely destroyed the Ajakas with a single blow. And then another thing happened. The man stood there and closed his eyes. And then some of the most sinister words were said that I have ever heard. Rise and serve. Chapter 59, Disciple. The young man watched as Hades called out the words. Rise and serve. And then he watched as darkness rose up and the Ajakas stood before him as a shadow. It was truly frightening for the young man. But then, the hollow vanished again. You seem confused. Why is that? Hades asked the young Shinigami. What was that? Well, that was me killing the hollow and then making sure that he doesn't upset the balance of souls in the world. You see, this hollow has consumed a lot of hollows, and if we purify it now, then that would create an imbalance, and we don't want that. I understand. You are quite the fighter, aren't you? What is your name? Hades asked the young Shinigami. Yamamoto. Shigakuni Yamamoto. Ah, a strong name. So then, Yamamoto Shigakuni, do you want to become my disciple? Hey! You want to take me as your disciple? What could you teach then? Yamamoto asked. Hehe, that is an interesting question for someone who just saw me completely dominate that Ajikas, Hades said with a smile. Well. I need to know what you can do. Cough, Yamamoto understood his error but tried to justify his question. Haha. Well, alright. I can teach you all sorts of things. Your talent for fighting armed and unarmed is very high and your Ryutsu is also strong. I believe that you will greatly benefit from my teachings, if you have the willpower to persevere. I never give up, Yamamoto said with a serious expression. It was apparent that his Zanpakuto was very well suited for his explosive temper and his pride. Well, we shall see. Come then, my home is this way, Hades told him. Wait. That's the direction of the Rukanga. Siraidii is that way. I know. I don't live in the Siraidii. There is more space in the Rukanga and those pesky nobles don't bother you that much. I see. Well then lead the way. They made their way through the Soul Society and across the Rukanga. There was a total of 320 districts of the Rukanga, so that was quite a long walk. What is your name anyway? Yamamoto asked. My name is Iman. Gojo Iman. Should you decide to become my disciple you will call me Gojo-sensei or simply sensei, you know what, never mind that. Call me whatever you want. Gojo Iman. How long is this going to take then? We have been walking for an entire day and I am still wounded, Yamamoto started to complain. Wounded you say? Where? Hades asked him. What do you mean? What is this? Where are my wounds? What happened? I already healed you. You are no longer wounded. Now stop whining and walk. If you were faster, we could get there faster as well, but you haven't learned any movement technique so we must do it the old-fashioned way. Movement technique? Yes. Shinigami have a movement technique, called Shunpo. I don't like it too much, but it helps you get to places faster. Why don't you like it then? Yamamoto asked. Because it is very linear. And why is that bad? Use your head Shigakuni, why do you think linear movement might be bad? Hades wanted to know how smart Yamamoto was. It was important to see his intelligence and fighting instincts. Those were two different things. Well if a movement is too linear then, you can only go in a straight line. And what does that mean in a fight? It would mean, that you can predict the enemy's movement. Very good. That is exactly right, Hades praised Yamamoto. He was still young but he was quite the smart guy. He was the perfect Shinigami and future head captain of the court guard squads. But can this be changed then? Is there a way to work around that? There are some things you can do, yes. Like what? Yamamoto asked excitedly. It seems like he was very passionate about fighting and therefore this topic interested him a lot. Well, it depends on the enemy or enemies you are fighting. If you are fighting only one enemy, then there are several things you can do. One would be to use Shunpo as bait for your opponent and know how he will respond to your movement. And by knowing how he or she will respond, you are one step ahead and can counter. Another way would be to increase your defense that it wouldn't matter. But that is more something for hollows. The simplest and also the hardest solution to this problem would be to just get stronger. Get stronger. Yes. If you are strong enough, it doesn't matter that Shunpo is linear. You are too fast to track so it would not be used against you. More power is something that is quite frequently the answer if you can't do something. That is of course only with the proper control. Control is very important but we'll see that later. And I can learn all of this with you, Yamamoto asked excitedly. Yes. All of that and more. I will make a proper powerhouse out of you, Hades smiled. On the second day, the two finally reached Hades' house or mansion. Hades took Yamamoto down to the training facilities. He first showed him around and told him what he could teach him if he should accept. Yamamoto accepted to be his disciple. Do you have family that you wish to see or take here? There are guest rooms that could be used, Hades told him. No, I don't have any. I also don't have any friends as my temper usually pushes everyone away. But it's not my fault for them being weak. You're right. But having your emotions under control is an important part of training your powers. If you are too emotional you will make mistakes during a fight. Alright then. Since we are here already, we shall start. This marked the beginning of Shigakuni Yamamoto's training. And for the first time since Hades had created his training facilities, someone had the willpower to persevere. The trick was that only those with the will and right mindset to get through the hellish training could make it past the first week. What you don't realize until much later, is that the different training grounds sharpen your will and make it stronger. The longer you stay there, the more powerful you become. That is also why Hades doesn't just let anyone in. He chooses those who have the talent, will and the right character. Yamamoto was very hot-headed, but that would mellow out in the future. For now, in times like these, it was important to be a bit bloodthirsty and violent. Otherwise, you won't survive these unruly times in Soul Society. Yamamoto was coming along nicely. His martial prowess had risen tremendously. Hades was sure that he would be even stronger than in the story. There was no way that he would lose the same way he did to Aizen as he did in the story. It was a sign of great power that both Aizen and Juhabok needed to have a special gadget to win against Yamamoto. But Yamamoto should not have lost as badly as he did now. He was trained in armed and unarmed combat by Hades and the mannequins, and he was making great progress. Zanpakuto had still not invented yet, but if his last talk with Urtsu was any indication, they would soon come. Hades was making Yamamoto into a sharp sword. He made him a powerful warrior and Shinigami. He was now, after nearly 50 years of training, about as strong as he was in the story. While Yamamoto was old and weaker than his prime in the story, now, he was not in his prime either. And he still didn't have his Zanpakuto. So his Ryutsu would increase even further. Hades was not sure what would happen when he unleashed Zanka no Tachi now. He might truly burn Soul Society to the ground just by activating it. Time passed. Hades POV. I watched as Yamamoto fought against the level 7 mannequin. He had been stuck on this one for years now. The reason was that I made the mannequins able to grow stronger during a fight as well. So they could grow to some extent and would stop growing stronger, just before they reached the strength and power of the level 8 mannequin. This allowed them to not have a huge power gap. I liked it very much. Genri Yusai has made tremendous progress. He can endure the high Reishi concentration without a problem now. I could still increase it, but I don't think that is necessary. A level 7 mannequin is already stronger than a Shinigami captain. And there were 3 more than that. So he was already more skilled in Zanjutsu and unarmed combat than a future captain. His position as the head captain was now more than certain. Today marked an important day as well. It was finally time for Genri Yusai to get his own Asachi. He had waited for this for years now after I told him about Urtsu Nimeya. He was excited to grow stronger and get a custom katana. I didn't want to spoil it for him, so I let it be for now. But today, I told him that if he managed to defeat the level 7 mannequin, we would go and get an Asachi for him. I would have to get mine from Urtsu as well. Maybe I could visit the royal palace then, food for thought. I watched as Genri Yusai managed to bait the mannequin and then used his full power to behead it. Well done, Shigakuni. You have gotten stronger again. Thank you, sensei. I don't feel stronger though. I know that I finally defeated the 7th mannequin, but I still feel the same physically. Haha, that's because the Reishi concentration increases as you grow stronger. That holds you back. But you will notice the differences when we go to the Siraidii now. So I got stronger. A lot stronger. It is not my fault that you never left the mansion and only trained like a lunatic. Now come on, you do want your own Asachi, don't you? Yes. We made our way towards the Siraidii. Shigakuni was jumping up and down in delight. He was like a small child. So happy about the changes he experiences. His strength has truly shot through the roof in the last couple of years. And now we are on our way to get an Asachi for him, so he will grow even more. As we walked through the Siraidii, we reached the place where Asachi were handed out to those who had enough spirit energy. A small crystal orb was used to measure Ryutsu. Do you think I'll have to do some sort of test? No. You should get one as long as you have enough Ryutsu. They want to strengthen the Shinigami and not keep them weak. You are the only one I know that would call all the Shinigami weak, sensei. Well, they are. But let us not linger here. Look, it's your turn. Yamamoto put his hand on the orb and injected a bit of his Ryutsu. I drilled control into him the hard way. He was not truly one for holding back or controlling his power. He rather enjoyed letting it out freely. The crystal shined brightly and Shigakuni took his hand from the orb. The Shinigami that took the test looked at him with wide eyes. Have I passed? Shigakuni asked with his brash voice that he used with everyone but me. He was still the same stoic and proud Yamamoto. Why yes. Please take one. Yamamoto went to the stands and picked an Asachi. He swung it for a moment and then nodded his head. He walked back to me and nodded his head again. I have one sensei. Are you also going to get one? I will, but not from here. I will visit Urtsu today. It's better if you go back yourself. And make sure not to destroy anything outside. Better you use the training room for that. Yes. Finally I would also get my own Zanpakuto. I was looking forward to it. I would make it truly powerful. There were no limits to mine, as I will remove the limits and barriers it has. Chapter 60, Zanpakuto. After Yamamoto left, Hades concentrated and searched the dimensions for Urtsu's spiritual pressure. He found it very quickly and replaced himself next to Urtsu. I appeared next to Urtsu who was inside his forge. It seemed he already had a similar setup as he did in the story. Why change what isn't broken, right? Whoa, shit, man. Don't go scaring a brother like that, man. I almost died there, Urtsu said. Haha, I apologize. I should have notified you that I was coming, Hades said. Wait a minute. How on earth did you get here anyway? The Soul King Palace is supposed to be sealed, man. How did you get in? Does Ocho know you here? I'm sure he does. But that is not important right now. I am here for the thing we talked about. Do you remember? Oh, you mean your Zanpakuto, yeah. Indeed. Those that are distributed can't hold all of my power, so I thought I'd ask you if you could make me one instead. Why yes, I remember that we talked about something like that. But UFO real? The Asachi can't hold out in your hands. Yes, I tried with one after they got released and it just dissolved like instantly. Oh my, you must have quite a powerful soul at. Indubitably. Well if the man Ichibe ain't got no problem with you Bane here then I don't either. So let us go and get you an Asachi, Urtsu said and then led Hades out of the forge and into the hut where all the Asakais are that Urtsu has already created. Well, this is it. Down there is the place for you to get your Asachi. Just make sure to hold on, Urtsu says while smiling. This man truly believes that Hades is a simpleton of the level of Ichigo and Renji. But he is so far ahead of Urtsu that it's cheating at this point. Hades walks into the dark space and just descends to the ground where he lands on his feet perfectly. Wow, now that was some cool landing you did there. Now you see all these you see here are Asachi. I can tell. The way the soul substance is stacked in multiple layers. Truly a fine invention, Urtsu, Hades says and looks around. Correct you smart ass. Now let us see whether you get acknowledged. Hades looks around at all the Asachi who look at him curiously. No one moves or attacks him. He waits for a moment, trying to figure out what they are waiting for. He was expecting them to try and attack him, but since they had no reason to be angry at him, there didn't seem to be any fighting going on. Well? Are you all going to stare at me like that? Or are we going to fight? But know this, I have no interest in a weak Asachi. I challenge you all to try and become mine because at the moment, you are all too weak to become my Zanpakuto, Hades tells them in an almost sinister tone. This seems to trigger a reaction. Some begin to attack him. Hades just stands there and takes it all. Their punches don't even feel like anything. After a moment, Hades sighs deeply and is disappointed. Cai. You're embarrassing yourselves, lads. Let me show you. Hades taps his foot on the ground lightly, creating a huge shockwave that pushes every and all Asachi away from him. They all fly backwards. The Asachi stand up and look at him again. They seem to reassess Hades. Then something interesting happens. The Asachi begin to walk towards each other and fuse. After a moment there are about 100 new Asachi in their place that all surround Hades. Wah! This has never happened before, Urtsu says. He is far too surprised to gather his thoughts. Right now one of these 100 Asakais is a fusion of roughly 100 each, maybe more. This makes them unbelievably dense and normally it would not be able to imprint your essence on it, due to the density. But he was very interested now. Looks like you're surrounded, I'm in brother, Urtsu says with a smile. Hades snorts and doesn't even open his eyes. All I am surrounded by is fear, and dead Asakais. This was not well received and the Asakais attacked him. It didn't matter though as Hades simply unleashed some of his aura and crushed them like they were experiencing thousands of GS. The only thing that was left was a gooey soul substance of all the fused Asachi. Hades was not impressed though. He felt that it was not right. Still not right. Something was missing. New Asachi came closer and stood on the gooey substance. Slowly the substance traveled upwards to fuse with them. But that was still not enough. More and more Asachi approached each other and finally, all of them fused into one. This one stood before Hades and observed him as Hades observed the new Asachi. He could feel it. This was the one. It would suffice for now. He felt a connection to it. Hades walked towards the Asachi. When he arrived just before it, the Asachi bent the knee. This was not weird for Hades as he was a king, the king of the underworld and so many more things. It made sense for it to bow and bend the knee. Hades smiled lightly and held out his hand. You're the one. Come, if you dare. The Asachi grabbed his hand the moment their hands touched. Hades connected to it spiritually. He connected to it with his soul to see whether it would crumble, but it didn't. It was the one. Urtsu's jaw had long hit the ground. He had never seen someone destroy the Asakais like this. And when Hades stood before him with an Asachi next to him, he wasn't sure what to do. It should not be possible to even forge this thing. It consisted of about 100 Asakais or more and the density would be so great that the heat of his mera could not even get it to melt. I'll have to go old school on this one. Maybe get some more Zanpakuto to help me there, Urtsu thought. They arrived at the forge and Urtsu called the Asachi. But nothing happened. The Asachi was no longer under his control. He had no idea what happened. The Asachi looked at Hades for permission and he nodded his head. Only then did the Asachi allow himself to be used and formed by Urtsu. And then the process of forging began. Urtsu called many Zanpakuto ladies to help him with the process but it was proving to be impossible to melt the Asachi. He called more and more to help him when Hades stood up and approached Mera. He held his hands on her head and did something for her. What did you do? She asked. Try again, Hades said. Mera then tried again to heat the Asachi. And oh boy! This time it was almost like the heat of the core of a star. Finally, the Asachi began to melt and Urtsu started his work. It was the hardest work he ever did, hands down. And the process took hours and days. After about 3 days of constantly forging, Hades felt something call out to him. He walked closer to the forge and then grabbed the Asachi, with his hands. Hades' consciousness was transported into his inner world, or inner universe was better. He looked around and saw chaos. There were thousands upon thousands of different dimensions and boundaries were created and destroyed again. Some parts looked like the dimensions of a certain Dragon Ball villain. But there was more to this universe than just a constant cycle between boundaries. There was life and death, creation and destruction. Different forces pulled and pushed, resulting in the creation of planets and solar systems or black holes and then destruction again. It's beautiful, isn't it? A voice said next to him. It is, Hades answered without even turning around. He knew who it was anyway. He could feel the connection and affection. You are very proud. I like that. This time it was a feminine voice. Between heaven and earth, we alone are the honored one, Hades said. Haha, I know. But to have you say we, right off the bat, that is refreshing to hear, again the feminine voice. I am not a fool that is afraid of my own power. I fully embrace everything that comes my way. I was looking for my partner for a long time and now that I found him, I won't be scared of him/her, Hades says and then finally turns to the voices he heard. There in front of him are 3 people. One is a gender-neutral person with a body similar to Ashbourne. The second is Janemba from Dragon Ball, but he looks different with different colors. They are darker and more sinister. The last person is a woman. She has a dark cloak that keeps her face hidden in darkness, but Hades knows what's under her. Every time light shines on her face, he can see the skeleton that lies underneath the hood. 3 aspects of myself. Fitting, Hades says. Haha, I agree. I am surprised that you have absolutely no reaction or problem with what you see, the woman says. But it pleases us, Janemba adds. However, Death says. You want to fight, Hades finishes her sentence. He already knew this was going to happen. He had challenged the Asachi and they also had pride, so it was natural. Yes. We do. After they said this, the 3 began to fuse again. All 3 flashed in a very bright light and after a moment the light was gone and instead of the 3 there was only one person left. Interestingly it was a woman. She had pitch black hair that seemed to act like shadows and had a pink tip at the end. She wore dark violet lipstick and somehow quite a sexy shadow armor that only seemed to accentuate her curves rather than hide them. In her hands was a sword that had the form of a sword similar in appearance to a Chinese jian. But it wasn't truly one. One edge of the blade was longer and slightly curved at the end, giving it a katana feel. The sword had a pure white edge and the rest was dark and seemed to release black smoke akin to shadows. The darkness seemed to pull everything in that the sword would cut. Marvelous, Hades said after he looked his Zanpakuto spirit over. He was very satisfied with the power he felt. I'm glad you like it. But I think you owe me a fight, no? The challenge you told all the Asachi. I heard that and I accept it. Let us see whether you deserve to wield me. The blade was swung. She seemed to blink out of existence only to reform right in front of Hades, who still hadn't moved. He looked at her with wide eyes. Her grace and deadliness mesmerized him. He couldn't take his eyes off of her when she moved and swung her sword at him. Hades smiled and spread his arms wide. He would take them and welcome them as his partner/s in their entirety. The cut came and Hades could feel it. The sheer power it carried. He felt time and space as well as everything else being cut. This was a cut that could cut death itself and even all sorts of boundaries. What a glorious Zanpakuto you are, Hades said with a smile. But who do you think I am? I don't do things half-heartedly. There was no reason to test my heart. I welcome you fully. She smiled at that. I see. I should have known. Thank you. Why don't you call out my name? You should know me fully. There is no need for games or secrets between us, she said with Hades' head on her lap. Sure. Shen no Kai Kai. Back in the forge, Hades pulled his Zanpakuto out. An explosion of apocalyptical proportions razed everything to the ground. And just when the entire Soul Society was about to be affected, it all stopped. As if the explosion was erased with an eraser, everything was back to normal and no one was the wiser that the entire world was almost destroyed. Chapter 61, Chest Pain. Urtsua POV. Me and Mahanis watched Iman pull out his Zanpakuto from the fire and then I blacked out. It was weird and confusing. I couldn't remember what happened but I was sure that we blacked out and when we woke up, Iman was standing there waiting for us to wake up. He stood there with a pitch-black walking stick. The head was a silvery white skull that fit perfectly into his hand. Ah shit, is that you sealed Zanpakuto? That is Fireman. Also, what was that explosion? I feel like I fell unconscious for a second there, I asked him. You did indeed fall unconscious. But don't worry about that. It's all good now and I have my Zanpakuto. I thank you for that Urtsu. You did a marvelous job. I shall take my leave for now, Iman said and then, he just vanished. Oh my, I feel like this guy is unreal. I'm not sure but somehow my pride as a blacksmith has been hurt. Hades POV. I leave the forge of Urtsu Nimeya and go to check up on my dear student. I wonder what he's been up to since he got his Asachi. If I value his talent and all the training he got from me, then he should be a lot faster with infusing his essence onto the Asachi and gaining his Zanpakuto. But I don't know how long it took him in the original story. I feel like it is time for him to fight some hollows and gain some experience. His enemies won't just use all the basics the mannequins use. Sure, they are very powerful the higher leveled they are, but they are still only using basic techniques. The Zanjutsu mannequins only use Zanjutsu and the Hakuda mannequins only use Hakuda. Although both use Ho-Ho in their fights. Even some of the weaker characters can have some pretty hacks abilities in Bleach. Just think about Orium. She was a human and if she had stronger will and was better trained, she would have been a top powerhouse. Her ability to reject any sort of phenomenon is broken. And she's only a human. Now imagine a character like Tsukishima, the Fullbringer uses his ability better and infuses his ability into a Shinigami and then works his way to the top until he reaches the likes of Aizen. He could make Aizen believe that he did all of that for him and then have Aizen give him the Hagyaku. The possibilities are endless. And these are just two examples. There are many powerful abilities in the world of Bleach and that is what makes it such a fun world to be in, if you are powerful, or you are just reading the manga. If you are weak, then it is a pretty bad and dangerous word. So that is why I will have Shigakuni start to gain more experience fighting. And we will start with Hollows. Baragon already is the king of Hueco Mundo and he is actually my friend. Although it is quite one-sided, I still enjoy the spars we have. He is trying to kill me still, but he's not making any progress with it. But there should be more Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo for Shigakuni to fight. Will go as soon as I have dealt with this annoying feeling I have. It has been bothering me for the longest time now. It started a few centuries ago. It was like a call or an urge that came from somewhere, but I didn't know where. I sealed the feeling as if it was stopping me from living my life, and it was annoying. My second wish should not allow this, but for some reason. I don't know what's happening. It is painful. It feels like the worst itch that you can imagine, and no matter what you do, you can't scratch it. And it keeps getting worse and worse. I thought that getting my Zanpakuto was the problem and that it was my soul calling out to me to get my own Zanpakuto, but now I have my own and it's still not going away. My chest feels like it tightens around my heart and compresses it until it pops. I sound like a love-struck boy. F***ck. I arrive back home and feel Yamamoto in the meditation section. He is listening to me and trying to infuse his essence into his Asachi. Good. I also go to the meditation chamber that I created for myself. It works like a hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball. Normally I wouldn't use it for the time dilation as I had enough time on my hands, but I know that it might come in handy in the future, so I made it. As it is custom, I turn on my personal setting that I use to train in. Gravity, 1.E plus 15. Atmosphere, space. Air pressure, 101 GPa. Energies, all of them. It was something I used to push my limits, or try and keep focused no matter the environment or the circumstances. Now I just need something to keep my mind off of things. I have to talk to his new partner. I arrive in my inner world that has not changed at all. If anything, it goes even more things going on now. Back so soon? I'm glad, I hear Shen no Kaikai's voice. I am. I came here because of this foreign feeling I have. It hurts, I tell her. Haha, you say that as if you haven't had any pain ever, she says. Well, I did, but it's been so long since that happened. And I shouldn't. I know. You shouldn't feel pain, because it is something you consider bad for you. And thanks to that wish you made, you have never felt pain since you understood what it truly meant, she summarized. I'm glad you know me so well, I smile. I'm the one who knows you better than yourself, she says. What is that supposed to mean? I ask her, confused. Well, it means that I, unlike you Bafon, know why you are feeling that way. And if you stop to think about it, you would too, she said in a neutral voice. It was the first time she hadn't been smiling since I met her. And that was concerning. Zanpakuto usually wants to keep their hosts safe, so this should affect her as much as it does me. But I don't see a change in my inner universe. When Ichigo was sad or depressed or whatever, it started to rain in his inner world. But I don't see anything around here that would point at sadness. It won't rain here, she said. What do you mean? I ask her. You are looking if you can see whether this feeling is reflected in your inner world, but it isn't. Why is that, I wonder? Because you are immune to things that are harmful to you. But I can feel this pain. Ha, Hades, you are still so dense. I will have problems with you, she said in a dramatic way. What? Don't say it like that. And please explain what you mean by this. Hee, all right. It is quite simple really. Your second wish stated that you cannot be affected by anything that you would classify as harmful. Now the fact that you can feel this feeling that you call pain means that it isn't really harmful to you. That is the only logical conclusion. Now if this feeling would affect your inner world, it would affect your power, and that would be harmful or bad for you. That is the reason why you don't see a change in here, she explained. I understand all this, but why do I feel it then? What is this feeling? Well, my dear Hades, you should know this yourself. What gives heartache? No. Yes. No, that makes no sense. How would that be possible? I am not in love whatsoever. Or is it homesickness? Hee, no dear Hades. You are going through the classical lovesickness like that one woman that you saw in the anime, Shen no Kaikai told me. It seems she truly knew a lot. But I just couldn't believe that I had lovesickness. Like that joke that turned the proud Kuja Empress into a ugh. This is frustrating. So then I will keep this until I find my intended. What is this, some Twilight bullshit? I have no interest in going on a treasure hunt. I am getting frustrated and angry. Hades, Shen no Kaikai, says in a calm voice. She comes to me and calms me down. You are mistaken. The fact that you have this is not because you must find the woman, but that you must be together. It is similar to the One Piece case of the Kuja Empress. Hi, I find this hilarious. I can turn it off though, right? Yes. You could. But why would you do that? Because I have no interest in being contained by anything. I shall then remove this feeling and, wait a moment. Did you say I don't have to find her but just be close? Ah, so you noticed. Hehe, I'm not telling you anything anymore. Ugh, this has gone south fast. Whatever, I'll just, then that means I already met her, I ask again. Hi. What is wrong with you? Stop acting like a schoolgirl and tell me. You are Hades. There is nothing that can truly harm you if you don't want to. You can seal this feeling away for now, but I recommend that you don't get rid of it entirely. But I already tried to seal it away and it didn't seem to work. Because you didn't know what it was. Now you know and can easily get rid of it, she said. Why would I need romance anyway? I was fine, having fun whenever I liked, so there is nothing I am missing out on. A relationship only means trouble anyway. Spoken like a true virgin, she said. What? What are you saying? I'm not. Yes, you are. Don't deny it. You are as untouched as they come. That's just not true. I mean, virginity is cool. Yes, that's what I believe. And also there aren't any women that have interested me so far. Oh, so you're not interested in women then? I see. That is fine, I still see you as you were. That is not what I'm saying. Goodness. HAAA. So what will you do, she asks me. No one tells me what to do. This feeling has to go, so I will seal it away for now. I'll see how it goes then and deal with it accordingly. I have no time or interest for some love drama. I understand. Says the one that was here for, oh, I don't know how many years. 1 million. I guess there is some truth to that. But I did leave and went back to the underworld in the DC universe a few times. So I didn't actually spend 1 million years here. I guess, but you still have unlimited time on your hands. You can do with some drama every once in a while. I am starting to see the negatives of having a female Zanpakuto spirit, I say. Now that's just rude. I will have you know that I rarely speak about these things. Only once or twice a day. Oh God. It's not as bad as it sounds. Oh, and next time you come here, bring me some tea and a nice couch as well. We wouldn't want to eat on the floor, do we? What are you talking about? You can do that yourself. It's my inner world after all. Why would I do it myself, when I have you to do it? I am rethinking my decision to get a Zanpakuto right now. Hehe. Chapter 62, Shen no Kaikai. Third person POV. After Hades' talk with Shen, he sealed this pain or feeling away. He had no interest in being affected by something like that. And for a while, it worked. He went back to his usual routine of using his hyperbolic time chamber to the extremes and trained with the mannequins on the highest level. He had to get familiar with using his powers in the form of a Zanpakuto. Shen no Kaikai translates to boundary of the end and fits Hades perfectly. It is everything that Hades is as well. Its release phrase was, grief, Shen no Kaikai. And that was what it was all about. Grief. You see, the Zanpakuto represents the end. The absolute and sure end. In general, the powers of Shen no Kaikai are the end of whomever it is facing. Everyone that is considered an enemy will be affected by this, and all those that are not, will not experience any harm. To get to the inevitable end, the Zanpakuto has the power to bend all boundaries and therefore reality and everything to Hades will on the grandest scale. Resurrecting killed allies or friends. Having opponents die over and over again / or at least feel like it. Making the opponents see nightmares or dreams only to crush them later. Give them hope only to then crush them by having time turn back and the fight starts again. There is no limit to this, and Hades is only limited by his imagination. But what does this have to do with grief? You see, just like death, Shen no Kaikai is merciless and equal to everyone. It is a scary thing when you realize that you are going to die and that there is nothing you can do about it. In the beginning, right after Hades activates his Shikai, those who are fighting against Hades, or those that Hades wants to affect or considers enemies, fall into the 5 stages of grief because they are faced with their impending and unavoidable end. Hades can decide who he affects with his power, but after it has been activated on those, there is nothing stopping it from stopping. When Shen no Kaikai has begun to feast, she doesn't stop until everything is devoured. What does this mean in more detail? This means that whenever Hades activates Shikai, the fight has 5 stages to it. The first stage is called denial. In this initial stage, individuals often have trouble accepting the reality of the situation. They may feel a sense of shock and numbness as if the situation isn't happening or isn't real. They won't accept that they will die and will fight it. This will be true for those who have the privilege to even see Hades' Shikai activated. The second stage is called anger. After denial, the intense emotions of grief may start to surface. Anger is a common reaction to loss and can be directed at various targets, including oneself, others, or even the situation itself. This anger will result in the opponent or opponents either turning on themselves or pushing themselves even harder to kill Hades. The third stage is bargaining. In this stage, individuals may try to make deals or bargains, often with a higher power or in their own minds, in an attempt to reverse or change the loss. They may express thoughts like, if only I had done this differently, or if I promise to be a better person, can we undo this? This stage is marked by a desire to regain control or prevent the loss from being permanent. Some especially smart enemies will try to trick Hades in this stage and convince him that they can change or they will never get in his way or something like that. The fourth stage, depression. As the full reality of the inevitable end sets in, feelings of deep sadness and hopelessness can emerge. It's important to understand that depression in the context of grief is not the same as clinical depression, it is a natural response to a significant loss. During this stage, individuals may withdraw from others and experience a profound sense of loss and emptiness. This is an important stage as the next one marks a change in the fight. The fifth and final stage, acceptance. The final stage involves coming to terms with the reality of their end and integrating it into one's life, however short it is. This doesn't necessarily mean that the pain disappears entirely though. Acceptance is the last stage of Shen no Kaikai's Shikai. Because this is where Shen no Kaikai is different from any other Zanpakuto. When the last stage, acceptance, has been reached, Shen no Kaikai's special ability will automatically activate. This means that Hades/Shen no Kaikai claim the soul, power, experience, and memories of the adversaries he faces and makes them his. This only happens to those who manage to make it to the last stage. Those that die before that, are not devoured. This is due to Shen no Kaikai having a very high bar of what she wants to devour. She despises weakness because she claims, their taste is bad. If an enemy does not go into the last stage and instead refuses to die, like immortals or those with strong minds, something different happens. After a while, whenever Hades wishes, his Bankai will activate. This is a show of respect that Shen no Kaikai does for their enemies. This is the greatest compliment someone can get when fighting against Hades. Bankai, Shen no Kaikai, Kekai Seigo, is the sentence. This translates to a boundary of the end, final barrier. The Zanpakuto has no clear form in its Bankai state. It doesn't matter in that moment anyway. Because all it takes is one swing and that is all anyone ever gets. One swing and it is all over. One swing and everything about the opponent is erased. Kekai Seigo takes everything away from the enemy and leaves them with nothing. It erases their entire existence and even the memories of that person are erased from existence. That is the hard and merciless truth of Shen no Kaikai, Kekai Seigo. If you face her, you will meet your end, a true and essentially sad end. It is the proof that everything, no matter whether gods or humans, mortal or immortal, bugs or outerversal beings, they all eventually come to Hades. Shen no Kaikai, Kekai Seigo bypasses everything. There is no invulnerability or infinite distance between it and the target. No matter what skills you have that could dodge, evade or stop the blade are nil in front of Kekai Seigo. The way Shen no Kaikai works also means something very important for Hades. He will always have to decide who he will use his Zanpakuto on, because once his Shikai is activated, there is no stopping it. After he got familiar with his Zanpakuto, Hades took out the Scythe of Cronus as well as the soul-splitting katana from Toji Fushiguro and fed them to Shen no Kaikai. Shen no Kaikai was no longer a normal Zanpakuto and would only continue to grow. The stronger Hades became, the more powerful Shen no Kaikai got and vice versa. Hades already had an idea of whom to use her on. Hades told Shen about himself, even though she already knew everything. They enjoyed talking to each other and it was a change of pace for Hades because he usually only talked with people that didn't truly know him. He told Shen about some of the people he wanted to use her on and she was very excited. It was interesting to have someone who also hated the same things he did. I can't wait to meet your grandmother. She sounds like a delicious treat. Do you think she will taste like salad? Shen asked Hades. I don't know. Haha, but you will get to try it after we're back home. You know there are others that you might enjoy as well. Since we're here in the world of Bleach, we're going to enjoy some delicacies. You mean that pretty one with the shiny stone in his chest? Ha ha ha, yes, the one with the shiny stone. But there are others as well. I mean, imagine devouring that prick Ichibe Hyasub, Hades said. You're right, all that darkness for us to enjoy. I'm salivating only thinking about it, Shen said. Haha. What about the statue that screams pain? You mean Ray? Yes. I could hear the pain. But he is already dead. The only thing remaining is his will, Shen said to Hades. I know. My friend died a long time ago. That stump of flesh standing in the royal palace is nothing more than a corpse. I should know, I am the god of the dead and death as well as the underworld. He is keeping himself together with his that he has infused into the Almighty. I wanted to put him back together, but he made sure that was not something I did. I wonder if he knew that I was this powerful, Hades mused. Many years ago, after he had humbled Ichibe Hyasub, Hades had gone to see his friends, and what he saw enraged him. The Soul King made sure to never be able to come back. Hades understood the reason. Reo, the Soul King, spawned from the world itself, and this feeling he had was the will of the world pushing him to do what he was created to do. So if Hades wanted to be angry at anyone, he would have to be angry at the world itself. Because Ray was never truly a person. It was the will of the world personified. So Hades gave up on the thought of reviving him in the future. He would have Shen have her fill and take from the world what it so desperately wanted Hades not to have. Some years later. Well, it happened. After millions of years, since he was born as Hades, he had finally fallen in love. It was a weird and painful thing to watch as the proud and mighty god of the underworld, death, wealth, boundaries, and more turned into this. He was not a love-struck boy. But he seemingly mellowed out a lot. The fact that nothing seemed to be as important anymore was a surprising change of pace for him. He understood that he was in love when he couldn't get the woman out of his mind. He could seal those feelings if he wished, but he didn't want to. It was as simple as that. It didn't happen instantly after his talk with Shen no Kaikai. Shigakuni had moved out of Hades' mansion and he was alone again. Shigakuni wanted to live on his own and stand on his own 2 feet. He started to travel around the Soul Society and fight hollows as well as other Shinigami. It was a harsh time to be a Shinigami. But he was more than prepared and powerful enough to get around. Yamamoto had unlocked his Shikai a few weeks after infusing his essence on the Asachi. He was truly talented and Hades was glad to have such a talented student. The first to survive his basic training. It was when Shigakuni came back to speak with Hades that Hades saw the clothes he was wearing. They were of very good quality and he wanted to have something like that as well. Hades was still looking for a seamstress that could make him the clothes Hades from Records of Ragnarok had. It was the look he wished to have. So Shigakuni took Hades to the lady who made these clothes. Flashback. Hades walked next to Shigakuni as they entered the house of the seamstress. Hades looked around the house and laughed when he saw all the clothes and materials lying around. His laugh was interrupted by the woman walking in and seeing them. When their eyes met, time seemed to stand still for both of them. It was like in one of those Twilight stories when mates meet each other. All of the feelings that Hades had locked away with his divinity of boundaries broke loose and he felt like he was on the heaviest, most potent drugs there were. S-sensei? Are you all right? Yamamoto asked his teacher from the side. It was an awkward scene for him as he saw the two stare at each other. My name is Iman. Gojo Iman, Hades managed to say. Nice to meet you, Iman. My name is Senjimaru. Senjimaru Shutara. Chapter 63, The Past. Third-person POV. Sanunaru? No way, you're that little girl I met in the Runogai district all these years ago? Oh wow, how the times have changed, you grew strong, I see, Hades said. I took your advice too seriously and carried it inside my heart all these years. I hope to one day see you again, Senjimaru said. I'm glad it worked out. How were you all these years? Hades asked her. I was good. I worked my way up to where I am right now, thanks to you, and it seems the Shinigami like my products. I love my work and I love to come up with new ideas on what to do, Senjimaru said with a smile. The two quickly forgot that Yamamoto was in the room. They were in their own world right now. Yamamoto could activate his Bankai and they wouldn't care. Yamamoto POV. After a moment of contemplation, I had the decency of excusing myself and leaving the two alone. I had never seen sensei like this. Usually, Gojo sensei was a calm, calculated and powerful mountain that I never could quite understand or hope to climb. Gojo sensei told me at the beginning of my training that I should use him as a whetstone and see myself as a sword. I was supposed to sharpen myself by fighting with him or him training me. He was always that immovable object and I usually felt so small next to him. But he was never trying to intimidate me or punch down on me. On the contrary, Gojo sensei helped a ton of people who were in need. He had helpers that seemed to take care of things for him. They never showed themselves, but I am sure that it has something to do with his shadow. It always seems to move on its own and I feel watched. It is hard to describe, but even after so many years of training under Gojo sensei, I have no hope of ever defeating him. I am still struggling with the 8th mannequin in both the Zanjutsu section as well as the Hakuta section. Sensei told me that this was more than impressive, but I was not satisfied. Lately, Sensei gave me more freedom to do what I wished. He said that my training in the basics with him was over. And should I wish, I was always welcome to train in the training grounds, but it was no longer necessary to follow his training plan. I took this chance to gain experience, as Sensei said I still lacked that. And it was true. My fighting skills were against the mannequins, but they were human-shaped. So fighting against hollows was different. I still destroyed them all though. Training under Gojo sensei put me in another league of power. I also knew that my growth was not finished. I could feel that the more I trained, the closer I got to perfecting my Shikai. I didn't know what my Bankai was, but according to Gojo sensei's guess, it was a powerful one. This meant that if I was weak, I couldn't handle my own Bankai, and that was unacceptable. Third-person POV. In the house of Senjumaru, she and Hades were still talking. The atmosphere turned pink after Yamamoto left and they weren't even talking that much. It was more of a staring contest. How about we go somewhere to talk? I know a place, Hades said. Gladly, Senjumaru smiled. Hades took Senjumaru to a place where he had planted some trees and a ton of flowers. It was like his personal garden that he took care of. He had far too much time on his hands. They sat on the grass field and watched the view together without saying anything. Hades was the one to break the comfortable silence. Tell me about yourself. Senjumaru, Hades said. It was not an order. It was not spoken loudly, but softly and as a request. Okay. Senjumaru POV. My past is a mixture of warmth and tragedy. I was raised by my mother. She was a very pretty woman in my eyes. There was no one in the wide world that came close to her in terms of beauty. But it was not just her appearance that made her so beautiful for me. It was her character. In the quiet moments when I reflect on her, a kaleidoscope of memories and emotions paints the canvas of my mind. Mom had a lot of humor and care for me as her daughter. Her laughter and warm words had been the source of warmth in our humble abode, which was nothing more than a wooden, one-room, shack. The scent of comforting meals and the soothing sound of Mom's voice were like threads woven into the very fabric of my soul, and when I close my eyes on silent nights, I can still hear her speaking to me about the truths of the world. I remember the way Mom's nimble fingers danced with the needle across the clothes or garments, effortlessly creating attires that mirrored her grace. The gentle encouragement that accompanied every stitch formed the foundation of my love for sewing, a skill that would later serve as both a lifeline and a battlefield in my life. Yet, amidst the laughter and shared moments, there lingered the unspoken pain. I could see it clearly. It was a pain seemingly etched into Mom's eyes when memories of her past clouded the present. It was a pain I saw and sensed but couldn't fully grasp back then. I was still a small child and was unable to shoulder Mom's pain for her. This was my life, our life, until destiny wove its tragic cloth, leaving me alone with only the echo of my mother's wisdom. The teachings, the laughter, and the pain became an inseparable part of my essence. She often told me, in the darkest corners of your heart, you'll find a spark. No matter how cruel and dark the situation seems, nurture it, my love. Nurture it and let it be the light that guides you. Take the needle in your hand, Senju, and through every stitch, sew your destiny with the threads of your own brightness that comes from that spark in your heart. And one day, you maybe will find something or someone that will be that spark for you. These words became a mantra for me. I lived by them. Back then I believed the spark to stand for my love for her and her love for me as well as my passion for sewing. But I was wrong. The sparks that came from those things did not survive the storms that came after. My mother's presence, now a distant memory that my heart tells me from time to time, fueled the flames of resilience within me. In the darkest moments, it was the memory of my mother's strength and the picture of her smile that became the guiding light, the flame that she told me about, which I refused to extinguish, but eventually did. Alone in the vastness of the Rukanga, I navigated the harsh reality of orphanhood like a small sapling trying to push through cracks in the pavement. It worked, but it was not truly living. The daily struggle for survival reflected the harsh and dangerous nature of the district. I found refuge in the shadowed areas of forgotten alleyways between rundown or abandoned houses. I scavenged for food and warmth. Hunger became the only constant in my life. Sleep and comfort were a luxury as my nights were spent cuddled against the cold night in loneliness. The danger that the Rukanga held was very real and it forced me to develop vigilance and maturity beyond my years. The only thing that kept me going back then was my memories and the small needle that accompanied me everywhere. These chunks of happiness were the weak threads that allowed me to keep my sanity in those times of loneliness. I tried to hold on to those sparks that Mother told me about. I tried to nurture them and have them warm me, but the cold and ruthless reality blew them out. Flashback. Senjimera slowly walked through the Rukanga aimlessly. Each step is hard and doesn't serve to bring her anywhere, but only so that she has something to do. Dry tears ran down her cheek and as if that wasn't enough, a group of bullies surrounded her and made fun of her and her growling tummy. They pushed her to the ground and pressed her face into the dirt. She was an outcast due to her high spiritual pressure. But right at the moment when Senjimera was about to lose her sanity and break, something happened. A bright light emerged from the darkness, offering not only food but also hope. The man was beautiful. Senjimera had never seen someone this pretty before, except her mother. She was not in any position to fight back when he picked her up and carried her somewhere. The man didn't say much, only one thing: "I will help you, child." It wasn't profound or inspiring, but it was enough. Senjimera lost consciousness due to hunger and woke up in a bed. Senjimera was surprised and far too shocked to do what her instincts told her and run away. But strangely, this time, her instincts didn't tell her that. The aroma of a warm meal filled the air and in Senjimera's eyes, there was now finally a new glimmer of hope. The flame which had been put out was reignited by an unexpected act of kindness. Flashback end. Hades, that was the name he gave her. But he said that his friends called him Iman Gojo. I still remember how shocked I was that I didn't say anything and only looked at him and listened to his words. He had something that was very soothing but also dangerous. I knew to trust my instincts after surviving so long in the Rukanga. Anim was dangerous. But he didn't have any bad thoughts. Iman, with his quiet attitude, guided me to a modest dwelling, a sanctuary so to speak. Food, clothes, and a lot of fabric became the foundation upon which I could rebuild my life. Iman gifted me with a new home and enough food and water as well as materials for working. I don't know, to this day, how it always refilled. Iman told me that I could live there for as long as I wished. He was also the one to compliment my work. I lost myself in his smile when he saw my work. I was not as good as Mom used to be, but I was getting better. I also remember his words when I showed him my needle. Senjimeru, the needle in your hand is not just for stitching fabric, it's a tool and also your best friend. You can use it to sew the fabric of your destiny. Imagine strength as the needle, and resilience as the thread. And now stitch by stitch, weave the tapestry that represents your life. Because only the strong are truly free. As I fell asleep that day, Iman quietly departed, leaving behind not just material possessions but a challenge to use my talent and weave a destiny for myself. The next morning, I woke up a new person. I had made my choice then and there. I got determined by Iman's words and started to sew not just clothes but myself anew. I had finally understood what Mother meant when she told me about the spark and the strength and warmth that I could get out of it. Iman became that spark and it made me push through and also grow more powerful. I clung to the memory of Iman and the kindness he had shown me. It wasn't much for anyone else, but it was for me. I knew that someday I would meet you again and I wanted to be able to stand before him as an equal, a woman who had sewn her own destiny with my threads. ___. I used up all the drama I could stomach in this chapter. I believe the backstory I made up wasn't that bad. It just goes to show that the meeting they had wasn't that one-time thing like in a Twilight story. Chapter 64, Hades Past. Third-person POV. You became powerful. I can see all the work you put into it. I am surprised you pushed yourself that hard, Hades said. Well, I wanted to become as powerful as you, but now I see that is a pipe dream, Senjimera said. Haha. Don't worry about it. I can make you powerful if you wish, Hades said. A few weeks had passed since Hades met Senjimera for the second time. They had spent every moment with each other since then. Senjimera told Hades about her past and told him how important he was in it. He was responsible to a degree for what she had become. Hades remembered Senjimera, but he didn't know what his little act of kindness did to this girl. He was surprised that the spark he had ignited in her heart could generate such heat, that it even bypassed his wish to be immune to all negative things. They talked a lot and got to know each other better. Hades was very close to telling her about who he truly was. Not a Shinigami, Hollow, or Quincy, although he was all of those things if he wished. No, he was talking about telling her that he was Hades, the god of the underworld, and that he was only a guest in this universe. He wasn't afraid to tell her. It seemed he had already fallen quite deeply for the woman. It was just that telling her meant committing fully. There would be no going back after that. Hades was in love before. He used to love the witch Rose when he was in the wizarding world. But this was different. It was so much deeper and profound almost. He felt that this might be the one thing that could bypass his second wish he had made. So if he committed to this relationship fully, he would allow himself to be vulnerable in all things concerning Senjimera. It was just like Alan Watts said. We call it falling in love and not rising in love. There is the idea of the fall. Hades would give himself to Senjimera and he would be vulnerable there. He couldn't forget her anymore. Alan Watts was truly correct. There lay madness, insanity. And Hades had already fallen, so there was not really much that held him back here, but his own fear of having one Achilles heel. Time passed and the two grew closer and closer. Hades had come out and told Senjimera everything about himself. He told her about his birth and his immediate descent down his father's throat. The years spent in his stomach as well as the training he did to escape his situation. Hades told her about the day his sister came and how he messed up. So you were scared? Senjimera asked. Yes. I could feel Hestia's power taking hold of me or trying to, and I freaked out. I completely forgot that I was immune to everything that I considered bad for me. I don't know why that happened, but it just goes to show you how immature I truly was. And then what did you do? I left. You left? How so? I thought you were in your father's stomach. I was. But my divinity of boundaries allowed me to feel other worlds and universes. It took me a while to train that, but I used it for the first time back then and off I went. Where did you go? I went to a world where there were humans and a special type of humans that could use energy called magic energy. They were called wizards and witches. Using this energy was similar to the use of Kido in this world. Interesting. Tell me more. Hades told Senjimera a lot about the wizarding world, but he left one part out. A very essential part if you think about it, but he didn't want to tell her, for obvious reasons. However, she was too smart. Wait. Why were you even in Paris then? What were you doing there? And how did you find the secret meeting place? Well, I interrogated some wizards who I knew were a part of Grindelwald's faction. But why did you even want to finish the war so suddenly then? You never cared about it until that point. Well, you're right. And how did you get information out of the wizards anyway? I thought that they could hide their thoughts, or did you force it out of them? I indeed did force them to tell me all they knew, Hades said. Why would you do that? Well, I was a bit angry at the time. There is something you're not telling me. I can feel it. You are trying to fill the plot holes your story has and it is not working right now. So you better tell me the truth or I will have to get physical with you. Yaar, all right. The truth is that I was absolutely livid, back then. Someone very dear to me died in the war and that made me snap in a sense. I understood that the war had gone on for long enough. I learned the value of life and the cold harsh reality of death. In the years later I would come to value this experience. And why were you so angry? Who died? What was her name? Senjimera pressed. Sigh, her name was Rose. Rose Wynn. What was she like? She was a very happy and positive girl. I have never seen her cry or be depressed even in the end when she died in my arms. She was brave, proud, and loyal. Her best quality though was her smile that seemingly captivated everyone. Magic energy vibrated whenever she smiled and that captivated everyone. Hee. I bet she was the one to approach you and not the other way around, Senjimera said. That was indeed the case, how did you know? I just know you that well already. You are taking this quite well, Hades said. Why wouldn't I? I know that she was the first one, and if I guessed correctly, then she was also the only one. I don't like the topic, but I don't feel threatened. That's good. Hades continued his tale about his life and told her about the way he dealt with Grindelwald. How he grew up and matured through the experiences, and how he tried to raise his siblings to be good people as well as strong. He told her how he ultimately failed in that task because they were more difficult to deal with than he had any interest in changing. Hades told her about each of his siblings and their positives as well as their negatives. And there were more negatives than there were positives, but there were still positive aspects to them, at least some of them. Hera sounds like an arrogant and scared by *ch. I don't think I'll like her. And Métis makes me angry, Senjamera said. She was fully engrossed in the tale of Hades and had already begun to see her as meeting them in the future. Hades smiled at her reaction. She was fully invested and he loved that. She is very arrogant, yes. The worst part is that her fear held her back when I wanted to teach her. She could have at least been less useless. But she was just far too scared of me and my power that she hid in her arrogance to mask it, Hades said. I agree. However, no matter what I think of Hera and the little prick Poseidon, I am still the most disappointed in Hestia and Demeter, whom you raised alone and spent a lot of time, Senjamera said. Haha. It doesn't matter now anyway. Hestia is a slave to her divinities and Demeter is just like the tides, changing all the time. I don't mind them anymore. But I am very interested and eager to introduce you to them, Hades said. He was indeed looking forward to that moment. The story continued. Hades told Senjamera about the moment that shaped Hades' relationship with his siblings the most. The time when Zeus blamed Hades for the fact that Oceanus found their hideout and wanted to sacrifice him. Hades told her how he knew what Zeus and Métis were planning and also his lack of patience to look past it. He told her how he had lost his cool and fed Zeus his own hand. Hades was not sure how Senjamera would react, but surprisingly, that was not enough. What? You should have cut off his dick and castrated him and punished Métis as well. You are too lax in that regard. The punishment for Grindelwald was good, but this was not nearly enough, Senjamera said. I love that you can get so mad for my sake, but maybe you want to wait with the punishment for when I finish my whole story, Hades said. There is more to this trash that you call a brother. Ha 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 ha. Hades then told her about his second travel to the Jujutsu Kaisen world and how he found a brother in Satoru Gojo. So then he is the reason for you using his last name? You truly see him as your brother, don't you? I do. More so than the other embarrassments. He saw himself as the big brother and took care of me even though I didn't have the 6 eyes in the beginning. We are very close and I tried to use the time to understand the concept of infinity as well as the concept of force. The limitless technique is overpowered, especially in the Jujutsu world. It helped me greatly in growing more powerful and satisfying my inner child, hehe. I can see that. Is that the reason why you always wear the eye patch? To hide it? Well, it's one of the reasons. I don't want to walk around with a blindfold like Satoru. You know that we'll have to get him, don't you? Get Satoru? I also plan to do that, but I'm not sure whether he'd accept. He will in the future for sure, she said. Sure, I'll do that then. What happened after that? Senjamera asked eagerly. After that, I didn't go back to my home universe right away. I first went to another world. Hades told Senjamera everything about the world of solo leveling and how he acquired the powers of the Shadow Monarch. He showed her his shadows and told her that he used them to stock up on her food all these years. He then showed her the dead monarch he had made into his shadows and told her about his fight with them. She hung on to his every word and was fascinated by all of it. Hades could see the interest she held to see such worlds that he told her about. After the solo leveling world, he told her how he came back to the DC universe, his home universe, and made the underworld his home. He was very excited when he told her about the underworld. He was planning to create more biomes, and now that she would be there, a clothing biome was definitely in the works. Hades told Senjamera about Nyx, Erebus, and their children. How they became his new family and how Erebus turned into more of a fanboy of Hades than was healthy. He also told her about Gaia and what he had planned for the old hag. He told her how his siblings and Zeus specifically came to beg him for his help. How he defeated 2 titans and then also the king of titans, his father Cronus, and how he just took his scythe as his trophy. As Hades told Senjamera about his life, she understood that he had already experienced so much while she had been sowing and trying to chase after him. It made her sad, but Hades told her that there was no reason to be sad, as they had eternity together. But I'm so weak. You should take a goddess as your wife. I will, you. How cheesy. But seriously. I am serious. I will make you powerful, don't worry. But I want to become powerful on my own as well. You worked on yourself and achieved so much on your own. I also want to do that, Senjimera said. And what did you have in mind? Hades asked her. Well, I got an invitation a few months ago. A Shinigami came to me and asked me whether I would like to join the Royal Guard and become one of the protectors of the Soul King. Hades narrowed his eyes. This man, his name wasn't Ichibe Hyasub perchance, was it? It was. Do you know him? Yes, I know him. I didn't tell you about my time in this world yet. There is more too. I don't want you to spoil me, Hades. I wish to become strong as well. How else will I ever stand next to you as an equal if you carry me everywhere? I think I should accept. Sigh. If that is your wish, then I have absolutely nothing against it. Just expect me to come visit you every day, for most of the day as well. No, Hades, I will do this on my own. If you are there, then I will be distracted. Your wish to prove yourself is blinding you. I don't understand how this will help you get more powerful. I could help you and give you something that would not make you instantly powerful. And what would that be? She asked. A tool. I call it a system. It helps you measure your strengths and attributes to see how powerful you are. You would still have to work, but it would be smoother and a lot quicker. What do you say? All right. But you have to let me do this. As you wish. Chapter 65, Goodbye and Welcome. Third-person POV. The time had come for Senjimera to join the Zero Division. Hades was unhappy about this because this was the first time his power worked against him. Senjimera wanted to stand on her own 2 feet and not feel like a chihuahua that gets carried everywhere. Hades had to respect that, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't help her grow faster. He planned to give her 2 things today. His first kiss and a system. The system was similar to the one Sung Jinwoo had. But it functioned on the power system of the Bleach world. Hades guessed that she would get quite strong with this. The clouds were blown away as the Tenshuren fell on the ground in front of them. The Squad Zero's transport vehicle had arrived, and with it, the rest of the Zero Division. Hades was not enthusiastic to meet the monk again. He didn't like him, and given their history, it was probably mutual. Or more like the monk was scared of him. The door opened and out walked 2 people. 2 Shinigami walked out of the Tenshuren. That made sense if Hades thought about it. Well, he knew that there were only 2 members currently because he had gotten his Zanpakuto from Urtsuga back then, but it also made sense that Senjimera was the second to join the Zero Division. Ichibe Hyasub, the leader of the Zero Squad, walked in front, and right behind him was Urtsunemeya. Oh, greetings, greetings. It's good to see you again, Senjimera Shutara. And who do we have her? Ichibe was about to say when he saw who it was. The words were stuck in his throat and cold sweat ran down his back. He was scared again. But he didn't show it. He was Monako Asho, and he was the strongest. He was careless last time, that was all. This wouldn't happen again. Look what fell out the sky, a black stain on the canvas of competence. I am surprised that you can even look me in the eyes. Ichibe Hyasub. But I guess you were always arrogant. At least your second is more pleasing to the eye. Yo, how are you, Urtsu? Hades asked. Oh? Iman, what are you doing here? Do you know Senjimera as well? I do indeed, Hades said and grabbed Senjimera. He pulled her close and gave her a deep and long kiss. This not only surprised her but also the other 2 men, who had not expected to see such a spectacle. Urtsu gave Hades the thumbs up, while Ichibe tried to find out how to use this information he had just gained. But Hades was so far ahead that he didn't fear anything. I gave you something just now. Just as I promised, it will help you in your goal and hopefully bring you back faster. I don't think I said this before, but I love you. Hades said this in a low voice that only the 2 of them heard it. Senjimera began to smile. It was a smile that put the one of Rose to shame. She was the epitome of beauty and grace right now, and Hades knew that she was his only weakness, but one he gladly accepted. Hades turned to Ichibe and Urtsu. Well then, gentlemen. I leave my treasure in your hands, for now. Make sure to treat her well, okay Urtsu? Hades said. Oi, ye can be assured bro, I'll treat her like my own sister, yo. That's good then. Time stood still and Hades was inside his shadow dimension. And to you, I say this, should anything happen to Senjumaru, I will put you through worse torture than you could ever imagine. I will expose you for the fraud you are and feed you to hollows only to then revive you and give you to the Quincy's. Then I will unseal Ray and let you watch as the world you so desperately wanted to create crumbles to the ground, savvy? Ichibe Hyasub. Ichibe only gritted his teeth because he was powerless right now. It was laughable. The monk who called the true name, whose power was all of the color black, could do nothing and was as powerless as an infant in the shadow dimension. A dimension where the only color was black. Ichibe nodded his head slowly and Hades then let him out and time resumed. Hades was happy to see Senjumaru's proud expression and determination. She did this to grow stronger, and if there was anything Hades respected, it was the grind. Hades created a separate dimension, real quick, in there the time flowed faster than outside. He wanted to have some more time to say goodbye. I will not use my hands until the day that we meet again, Senjumaru said. I will give you something as well, Hades said and took something out of the gates of Hades. This was Hades' adaptation of the gates of Babylon from Gilgamesh. He took out a large golden ornament in the shape of a crescent moon with numerous small lines radiating outwards. It was similar to the one she had in the story. I know how much you like the moon, so I created something for you. It is special as we can use it to communicate with each other, and it has some special features that you'll have to figure out on your own. It is however more than just an accessory. It is the first version of your future crown. As the future queen of the underworld, you will need something like this, Hades said. Hades has created this with all sorts of protections. He was not going to hold her hand, but a bit of protection wouldn't hurt. I love it. Thank you. And I also have something for you, Senjumaru said and took out something from her bag. It was special clothes that Senjumaru had prepared for Hades. Ironically, it looked similar to the clothes Hades from records of Ragnarok wore. And Hades loved it. I love it as well. It's perfect. The Tenshurin was fired from the Shiba compound and left the Siritii again. Hades was left standing there and thought about what he would do now. He might train someone else now. It is funny to him that Senjumaru didn't want to be trained by him and rather spend her time in the royal palace and only get down for some hollow removal. But it was her decision. She would understand that it was a bad one and he would wait for her after. She was never truly away from him anyway. One move and he could just walk into the royal palace. But that was not for right now, he had lots of time and little to do. Time passed again. Hades had taken it upon himself to find someone else to teach. Over the years his student Shigekuni Yamamoto had made a name for himself. And it seemed he had become a bit arrogant again. His fiery temper began to show and he was truly a monster with the blade and Zanpakuto. One day however something interesting happened. Shigekuni came back to Hades' mansion with many cuts and wounds on him. He looked like he had just fought against someone and got injured during the fight. Shigekuni, how nice of you to see me every once in a while. It looks like you had fun, yes, Hades asked him. Sensei, I just met someone who was almost as skilled in Zanjutsu as I was. He refused to use his Shikai for some reason, so we fought only using our sealed Zanpakuto. He almost bested me. Is that right? And why did you not use your Shikai when he didn't use it? Did you think it was not honorable? It seems like you have gotten arrogant, Shigekuni. Did constantly winning ruin your character? It is good that you came here. We can have another lesson. But sensei. No buts, Shigekuni. I will see how much you've progressed in the years we haven't seen each other, Hades said and dragged Yamamoto to the sparring section. After the fight, which was more of a one-sided beatdown, Hades and Yamamoto were both seen in the garden drinking tea. They were just in Hades' personal bathhouse and were now relaxing. Sensei, did you grow stronger? Yamamoto asked. What makes you say that? It feels like you are stronger. It's just a weird feeling. Those are some impressive instincts you have, Shigekuni. I have indeed grown more powerful, but that is not what you felt. I just used more skill and strength to beat you. There is no way to grow stronger if you only fight those weaker than you. So you could have used this much strength even before. Yes. Then how strong are you, sensei? You shouldn't concern yourself with my strength. Rather you should profit from it. Next time you face that Shinigami, you will win because he will not appear to be as strong anymore after fighting me. By the way, sensei, he asked me how I got so strong and I told him about you. I didn't tell him where you live though, so he won't come to bother you, Yamamoto said. Too late, Hades said. What do you mean too late? He's already here, Hades said and looked to the right. A man walked out of the forest which was next to the garden where they were sitting. It was a very tall, lanky, and pale man with visibly sunken skin on his face and chest, particularly around his grey eyes. He had the beginnings of a pointy black mustache that extended a couple of inches out from his face on either side but was shaven in the middle, as well as a long black goatee covering the center of his chin, and spiky black hair that was largely covered by a dark purple fabric he kept wrapped around his temples and forehead, the sides of his face, and the underside of his jaw. The man had a zanpakuto which took the form of a katana with a rectangular golden tsuba featuring an arrowhead jutting out from each side and a violet handle. Yamamoto stood up and grabbed the handle of his zanpakuto. You! What are you doing here? How dare you come here? I told you that this is forbidden and that you shouldn't bother my teacher. I know, but I didn't care about that. You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced, and even though you managed to narrowly beat me in the end, it was not so much that I had to accept you as a superior fighter. What's more, I am far more interested in the one who taught you, the man said with a grin. He had bandages all over his body, showing the wounds Yamamoto gave him during their fight. Calm down, Shigekuni. I am perfectly capable of handling anyone that trespasses into my home, and that's what you did. So, how may I help you? Hades said. I came here to challenge you, of course. So instead of challenging Shigekuni again, whom you lost against, you would rather challenge me? Normally you do the possible things before trying the impossible. Ha, and who says that it's impossible? Even if I don't win, fighting against someone as strong as you is the best way to grow and have fun at the same time, the man said and unsheathed his sword. In one fluid motion, he had covered the distance between him and Hades and slashed at him, aiming at his neck. Yamamoto was taken by surprise and was not ready to block the man, therefore. What? Impossible, the man said as he saw that Hades had stopped his zanpakuto with one finger. Not impossible, improbable. Now you not only trespass into my home, you also don't introduce yourself and then attack me for no reason. I'm sure you understand the repercussions this brings, Hades said and stood up. The man pulled his sword back and was just about to swing again when Hades spoke. Let me show you. The man who was mid-swing suddenly stopped and grabbed his neck with his hand. He choked for a moment and screamed. Picture. Arg. Chapter 66, Nobutsuna Shiji. Third-person POV. The man dropped his zanpakuto and kneeled on the ground, trying to catch his breath and get over the pain he felt. He had no idea what just happened, but he was sure that his neck had just been cut. He looked up and saw Hades standing there with his hands on a walking stick. To the man, Hades now looked like a giant that blocked out the sun and was about to deliver the final blow and kill him. Wah, what did you do? The man managed to say. I cut you. But, there's no blood. That's because it wasn't my intention to kill or hurt you. The only thing I cut was your senses and your perception. That is what it means when your sword follows your will. I call it imitation cut. Imitation cut, can he do that as well? The man said and pointed to Yamamoto. No, Shigekuni is not capable of sword follows will. He still has a way to go. But I guess that he will get there in the future. Could I also learn that? What you can and cannot do is not for me to decide. If you are asking me whether you can learn from me, then I would have to decline. You see, I don't teach those that cannot be taught. You are one of those cases that don't care about how they swing their swords, they do it on instinct. So teaching you is useless. This seemed to depress the man. However, the best way for one such as you to learn things is to fight. Fight, fight, and fight some more. And if you're talented enough, you'll pick up on it sooner or later. This got the man's hope back up. He stood up, sheathed his zanpakuto and nodded to Hades. I apologize for intruding on your home, my name is Nobutsuna Shiji. Nice to meet you, Nobutsuna Shiji, my name is Iman Gojo. You can come whenever you wish, but use the front door and knock. That was the beginning of a friendship between Hades and Nobutsuna. The young man came back every few days to challenge Hades again and again. He used the days in between to heal from the wounds he got. Hades never went easy on Nobutsuna, and fought him with enough strength to completely beat him down, but also to give him a challenge and grow stronger. Nobutsuna POV. Iman Gojo, what a man that was. I can't even come close to understanding what someone like him must have gone through to get as powerful as he did. No matter what I do, no matter what I try, I always lose. It doesn't get any better. I feel like I haven't made any progress. In the beginning, it made me mad and I was angry. But that resulted in me making even more mistakes and being worse. He told me that I should never let my feelings cloud my judgment. Because the fight that you let your feelings dictate your actions will be my last. What do you mean by that? I asked him. I was once again on the ground after he easily put me on the ground when I got mad. The fighter who lets his emotions dictate his actions is not fully concentrated on the fight itself but more on his emotions. You can never fight at 100% if you are troubled by your emotions. But why does it have to be my last fight if I allow myself to get angry? I could also win. I actually won a lot of fights while I was angry. That might appear to you because you didn't fight someone skilled enough, but I can guarantee you that should you fight Shigekuni while you are angry, you would lose very easily. This phenomenon is only apparent if you are fighting someone that is about as strong as you are, he said. I'm not sure I understand that. That is understandable. But you can believe me when I tell you that even if anger can grant you more strength temporarily, it takes away skill and battle IQ. You can believe me because I have just noticed that fact. Also, there is not really a reason for you to get angry just because you are losing, you know. What do you mean? I am still not getting any better after all this time. And all you do is fight me with that stupid stick, I raise my voice. It just frustrates me to no end. He with his composure and class seems to look down on me and uses a f***ing stick to fight me. You only believe that because you lose all the time. But I can tell you that you are getting better and better. Your instincts have since grown and I can say that I'm sure you'd give Shigekuni a run for his money. Wait, before you said that he'd defeat me easily. That was in the case you let your emotions get to you. However, there is a slight exception to this rule. You see, due to the fact that you have zero sword theory and only fight based on instinct, getting angry can be helpful to you. But it still is nothing against someone who has the experience. I visited Iman often. And we got closer over the years. Even if I didn't visit him for long periods of time, we would talk about all sorts of things after having our spar. I would still always lose, but I at last now know that I am truly getting stronger. I remember the day when I asked Iman to fight me with our Zanpakuto abilities. He refused and told me that his Zanpakuto was not suited for sparring. I didn't believe him then, but he still refused to fight me. He said that I could fight him if I wished, but he wouldn't use his ability. Why? How is that fun for anyone? I don't have to explain this to you, Nobu. My Zanpakuto is different from any other. How so? I get that it's probably powerful since you're a beast, but what could be so bad that you wouldn't use it on me? Shen no Kaikai is different from other Zanpakuto because she has a very refined taste. She loves to devour anything that comes our way. The moment I use Shen no Kaikai on anyone, is the moment their fate is sealed and their end has arrived. Once she has been woken up, Shen no Kaikai will not stop until it is done. That is the harsh truth about death, Nobu. It is unforgiving, harsh, and equal to anyone. She is the manifestation of the sentence, to court death. So you say that once you activate your Shikai the opponent will die? You can't turn it off. Why would I do that? If something has been deemed to end, I will see it through till the end. That is who I am, and therefore it is also who Shen no Kaikai is. I was surprised that day. I could not understand what he meant that day. But I would get to see Shen no Kaikai in the future, and I am happy that I didn't press Iman to show it to me. Hades POV. I had just returned from Hueco Mundo, where my friend Barragan had finished creating his Palace Las Notches. He was very happy about it and at first, didn't want to see me. Haha, that brat thinks he can just play with me. I of course simply walked in. We had our match since he seemed to have forgotten about me. I enjoy our little get-togethers. He is a very proud, arrogant but also interesting Vasto Lord. I can see that he is truly a king. Not a very good one, but a king nonetheless. His thoughts about his subordinates are bad and he doesn't care about them. I can understand that since it is the nature of a hollow to only function on strength. I told him that he should start to treat them better because true loyalty comes through respect and not fear. As per usual, he disagreed with me. But that's okay. I don't want to change him and don't expect him to change at all, but maybe he will slowly see my point. I can be very persuasive after all. I can also see his progress during our little fights. He has gotten a bit stronger. I enjoy my time here, but I still miss Senjumeru. She has been gone for decades now and I can't help but miss her dearly. I usually wait for her to call me through the ornament I gave her. But she has much to do apparently. I find that hard to believe but I trust her. The ornament has a few special functions that she has found out already. She called me the same day she arrived in the Soul King Palace, all happy and thankful for what I made the ornament do. It was quite special. The ornament was primarily a symbol of authority. It essentially gives her full access to the entire underworld back home. She will instinctively be seen as the queen and my bride when we return thanks to it. Another thing it does is protection. It protects Senjimera should such a situation arise that she needs it. The barriers it creates around her are similar to boundaries that separate different universes. So unless someone has the power to destroy an entire universe, there is no breaking that. It also has a healing function that works passively when she gets injured. It works the same as natural healing. It makes things stronger than they were before. So it was a good thing that worked well with the system I gave her. After fighting and getting damaged, the ornament would heal her and make her a bit stronger than before. I had access to the system I gave her but I chose not to spy on her. I wanted to be surprised when I saw her again. She was going to become the most powerful in the Zero Division. Probably the best function for her though is the unlimited conjuring of string and materials she could use for her work. I added this little detail to surprise her and, it did surprise her. Using the calling function I could hear her happiness as she talked to me about the different properties the strings had and how much she could do with it. Sadly I believe it was a bad thing for me because I didn't hear from her after that for a few days. She was too absorbed with her work. The result of that work was visible in the new designs for the Shiakush that were sent down from the royal palace. I can only hope that the time passes faster though. Currently, I was in my garden when my butler came. I had urged to make a Zanpakuto for me that took the job of a butler. Surprisingly he also had that idea. He said he had some dream of a butler Zanpakuto and even saw himself but then put it off as a dream. He made one for me and called it Kikimaru. Apparently, that was the name of the butler Zanpakuto he saw in his dream. Well, I had nothing against it. It was a good Zanpakuto and a good butler. Master Iman, young Master Shigakuni is here to see you, Kikimaru said and motioned to Yamamoto. Shigakuni, good to see you again. How were you all these years? I said. It was truly too few of an occasion that I see my student. Gojo-sensei, I'm good. I hope you are well. I brought someone today. Oh? Who would that be? A woman, perhaps, I said with a smile. How did you know that? It's always the same with you, sensei. I will await the day when I can surprise you once. Haha, I also wait for that day. So where is she? She wished to wait in the lobby, sir. Would you like me to go and fetch her? Kikimaru said. You didn't invite her in Shigakuni, I asked my pupil. She wished to stay there since it was her first time here and I couldn't force her anyway. Sigh, she is a stubborn one. Did you just sigh? Did he just sigh, Kikimaru? I asked. It appears that he did, sir. It would appear that Master Shigakuni has found a woman with a rather strong character for himself. I am glad, Kikimaru said. Well then let us see this woman that can deal with the fiery temper of my surrogate son. I am very excited now. Chapter 67, Senjimera's Progress. Hades POV. Together we walked to the lobby of my mansion. I was interested to see the woman who managed to tame the fire that was my surrogate son. That fire burned hot, I could feel it. His Zanpakuto was a testament to that fact. He had gotten stronger again. Fascinating. We arrived at the lobby and I saw a woman sitting there in correct and proper fashion. She was not from Rukanga, or that's what she wanted others to believe at least. I could see the trained way she tried to act and hold herself. It was not meant to deceive but to please. Aiko. Aiko, this is my sensei, Gojo Iman, Shigakuni said, and the woman stood up to look at me. I could see the smile she had when Yamamoto called her name and then the seriousness she portrayed when looking at me. Aiko was an elegant and graceful woman. She didn't have a presence that commanded attention but she was still special. She has a slender yet athletic build, reflecting a combination of traditional grace and inner strength. Her complexion is fair, and her facial features are refined, portraying beauty. Aiko's eyes are expressive, reflecting intelligence, kindness, and a hint of mischief. Her hair was styled in a traditional manner. She seemed to care a great deal about how she looked, which spoke volumes about her heritage. She wasn't raised that way but she tried to look good in front of me, the teacher of her lover. I instantly liked her. Any woman capable of taming the beast that was Yamamoto deserved my respect. It is an honor to meet you, Gojo-san. Thank you for inviting me to stay here, she said. The honor and pleasure is mine, Aiko. Please call me Iman. We are going to be family after all, I said. I could see that she didn't get red or some bullshit like that. It seemed she was good for Shigekuni. Now come. I want to know everything about how you two met and the like. I met Shigekuni perchance when some Ajika's class hollow attacked in the Rukanga. The hollow was about to devour some children when Shigekuni came to our aid and defended me and the children with his fire. He looked very impressive and powerful with his Zanpakuto. At first, I didn't want to get to know anything about him at first. Somehow he did manage to convince me though, and I guess it somehow happened. So he bothered you until you said yes, I asked her. Pretty much. Is that so? I guess I never did tell you how to talk to a woman. And what was that about you having to use your shikai for an Ajika's class hollow, I said and turned to Shigekuni. Hehe, well it was a strong Ajika's, you know. I had to use my shikai to save the children as fast as possible. Shigekuni was lying. That idiot just wanted to show off, I guess. Or he really did have to use his shikai for such a hollow. No, probably the first one. We continued to talk for a while. I got to know Ike better. She was a good woman and I found out that she was not helpless. It seemed like Shigekuni's try to impress her didn't work out because she was also capable of using shikai. I saw her Zanpakuto. It was an impressive weapon. Her shikai took the form of 2 tessen. Tessen is a traditional Japanese iron fan that could be used both as a tool for keeping cool and as a concealed weapon by samurai and other martial artists. When closed, it resembles a normal fan, but when opened, it reveals the metal spokes, which could be used for striking, blocking, or even as a throwing weapon. Aiko could use the power of the wind with her shikai. It was a very powerful Zanpakuto and it looked wonderful as well. I found that she had a special grace while wielding her tessens. I was invited to their marriage that was planned to be held in 2 months' time. An event that I gladly attended. I felt like she would make a good wife and was happy for both of them. Senjimera POV. I did not think this through. I should have waited before making such a decision and just left Hades like that. Now I am up here as a member of a useless squad that can't even help with anything because it supposedly protects something that is already dead. I saw the Soul King and, it was sad, to say the least. This thing was responsible for upholding the 3 worlds and making sure that it didn't fall into chaos again. But I knew what this was, a puppet and nothing else. I had my suspicion about the truth of the matter and guessed that Monako Asho was not innocent in the matter. Intelligence +1. There it is again. This system grants me a point in intelligence whenever I become more intelligent. But it was more the fact that I found something out or I acted smart. It was basically a way for me to test out my theories. So I was correct. Monako Asho had something to do with the fact that the Soul King was now this puppied. I did not think this through. I should have simply asked Hades to help me grow stronger on my own, but instead, I had to act proud and leave him. Now I am up here and miss him. All I do all day is sew and drink tea, that is not even as closely as good as the one Hades makes. At first, I was excited. The thought of protecting the Soul King and becoming a member of the Zero Division excited me, and I didn't even listen to Hades tell me the history of the world or how the Siridae and Soul Society worked exactly. All I saw was the prestige I hoped for and the acknowledgement I got from Hades. But I already had that. And now I must spend my life up here and bore myself to death. I loved the little things Hades added to the ornament. It was my most prized possession. Urtsuo already wanted to try and find out how it was made, but it exploded in his face when he touched it. He was depressed after that. I used the chat function with the ornament offered, but it wasn't the same as seeing Hades. I missed him greatly. I would probably fall into depression soon. I managed to stay out of it due to my goal of growing powerful. My will to stand by his side soon was what pushed me further and made me more creative with my powers. These special dungeon keys were magnificent. I usually fought with all kinds of hollows and even some other creatures. The system called them monsters simply. I thought it was funny because I knew that it was the way for Hades to show me monsters and creatures of different worlds. I looked at my status. I was quite powerful right now. Status. Name, Senjimera Shutara LV 146. Class, Master Seamstress. Title, Great Weave Guard. HP, 93,300 RP, 155,720. Fatigue, 0. Strength, 324. Stamina, 320. Agility, 340. Intelligence, 340. Perception, 321. AP, 0. Physical damage reduction, 65%. Ryutsu damage reduction, 44%. Zanpakuto. Shikai, Shigarami. Cloth and textile manipulation. Property infusion. LV87. Bankai, Statatsu Karagara Shigarami no Suji. Unravel of 1000 hanks. Fate weaving, minor. LV34. I finally unlocked my Bankai and managed to use it. I found out that the system could strengthen any of my powers as long as I trained in it. I wasn't sure whether level 100 was the maximum for my Shikai and Bankai, but I felt that even if it was already so powerful. I constantly found new uses, and just last week I was awarded an additional skill called Property Infusion that allowed me to infuse my creation with different properties. It was very powerful. I saw the possibilities and knew that this was not something that my Zanpakuto should have. This was something that came from this system, so it came from Hades. He was a very powerful man. To just be able to create skills and gift it to me, is marvelous. I used the dungeon keys to practice my powers on the hollows and other monsters. I understood very early that the stats were more important than levels. Although one level up granted me 1 point in each attribute. Thankfully I still got the daily training quest and reward. There was also a special daily quest, called the Daily Weave quest. I had 1 day time to sew something with the special properties which were required. This could range from fire resistance 1% to blunt damage resistance 5% and the like. The challenges got harder and harder, but it kept me on my toes. I have been working on improving my 6 long, golden skeletal artificial arms attached to my back. I made them so as to uphold my promise to Hades and not use my real hands until we see each other again. But so far, it is proving harder than intended. Not the arms part, the other part where I can't see him. I have become very skilled at using artificial limbs. I even got a skill for it. Puppetry LV.27. I used this new skill to get very skilled in the use of these limbs, but I also got another idea. I felt like the system sometimes wanted to tell me things. Like the direction in which to train or think. For example, when I thought about Ichibe and got the feeling that there was more to him than that happy attitude, I got intelligence +1, telling me that I was correct in my assumption and leading me to think about this more. When I created the artificial limbs and trained to use them, I got the skill of puppetry. It could have also been the skill of limb control or appendage control, but it was puppetry. This led me to the idea of creating puppets with my clothes and sewing. After thinking about it, I liked the idea. And Urtsu also liked the idea. I got into trying to make such things with the special thread that my ornament offered me. I saw a lot of potential in the skill and was training it as often as possible. Things like this told me that Hades was looking out for me and that he was keeping tabs through the system. But he didn't want to make it seem like he was just giving them to me for free. I hoped that there would be another member in the Royal Guard so that I could go down again. Maybe a woman. Yeah, a woman would be nice. On another topic, I could feel something had happened recently. I felt like a subtle shift in the world. I wasn't sure what it was, and the system also wasn't helpful in that regard. It felt like the moment before a storm came. But it wasn't any of my concern, it seemed. The Royal Guards never cared about anything that happened in the Soul Society. They were far too good for that. I better make sure to be prepared for the change that might come. Apart from training and sewing, there was nothing else to do anyway. Underscore. Senjimera will get updates and we see the different quests that Hades has prepared for her. It is all made so that she grows more powerful. I have all the quests already planned out. Chapter 68, Small Girl. Hades POV. I challenge you to a fight, the small girl in front of me said with a serious expression. I raise one eyebrow to show my confusion. I don't even know this girl and yet she just outright challenges me to a fight. Who would do such a thing? What's your name, little girl? I ask her. There is no need to start fighting without knowing someone's name, right? Yachiru. Yachiru Anohana. And I challenge you to a fight. Are you ready? Because I will start now. Arrgh, the girl screams and attacks me with her sword. I can already tell that it is not her sword and that she probably picked it up from somewhere. Oh bother! The young Anohana begins to swing her sword, which is not really hers, around like a baton. There is no skill involved, but surprisingly, she attempts to use some form of technique. She probably saw some moves be used and now tries to copy them. She is failing horribly though. However, the girl surprised me. Her talent is phenomenal in the use of the sword. As we fight, which is more her swinging her sword around and me dodging it all, I can see improvements. She is picking up on certain things that don't seem to work as she tries to hit me. I am impressed. What I'm also impressed by is the high amount of bloodlust coming off of her, even though she is such a small child. Age works differently in the Soul Society, but she looks to be about 8 or 9, maximum 10. But she still has such bloodlust, quite troubling. Arg, stop running away and face me, she screams at me. It seems the frustration has gotten to her finally. It is impressive that she managed to keep a cool head this long, considering her age. And why would I do that, I ask her. What's the fun in fighting if you just run away? There is no fighting then, and I want to cut something. Then pray tell, why did you choose me as your opponent? This makes her stop for a moment. She begins to think about it, but comes up with nothing. She has no idea why she challenged me, it would seem. I don't know. You seem like a fun fight. And that's what it's all about. Having fun and cutting people down. It makes me smile and then I feel so good. So we are going to fight and stop running away, she says. That's quite concerning, little Yachiru. You should not be out in the Rukanga, swinging a sword that is not yours. Loving to fight is not a bad thing, but letting yourself be consumed by your bloodlust is dangerous and will eventually lead to your death. What does that mean? It means you will die if you continue to challenge random strangers that feel strong. Because out here in the Rukanga, only the strong survive and you are not strong yet. So it would be better to stop this for now and grow up first. I heard there is a new food supplier that will give you food for free. Yeah. I heard about that, but I want to fight. What am I going to do about that? Whenever I see someone strong, I can't help but want to fight him or her, and it just doesn't stop until I have spilt some blood and killed them. Yar, that is quite concerning, young Yachiru. How about this, you can come every day to my house and then we will have our daily spar. However, you will have to learn some other things from me as well. That is the condition that I am presenting to you. If you accept, then we can start tomorrow and we'll see where it leads us. What do you say? I ask her. I agree with the fighting, but the other thing, no, she says. Well, that's too bad. It's a package deal. Either yes to both or no to both as well. Then. I agree. Very good. All right, come with me. I'll show you where I live, I told her, and then led her to my mansion. I told her to come here the next day and we would begin with her fights and training. Yachiru really came the next day and I showed her around the training area. She was very excited and couldn't wait to fight against me. All right. Before we fight, we are going to set some ground rules though, I said. Ugh, I don't want to fight with any rules. I want to kill an SPI. Yes, I know. But that is not how this will work. First, you will listen to me. When I say we are done, we are done. There is no whining or whatever that you might think of. Second, you will study other things after we are finished here with training. Should you not do that, we are done and you are not allowed to come again. Is that understood? Yes. Good. Well, apart from that, there is only one other thing, I say, and have her sword appear in my hand. I look up and down, and when I see her panicked state, I stop with what I was going to do. Is this sword special to you in any way? Does it belong to anyone you knew or something like that? Because if not, then it is time for you to move on and take an Asachi of your own, I tell her. No. I did know the person it belonged to, but she wasn't special to me, she said. You are a terrible liar. I don't like lying. So from now on, no more lying. If this katana is important to you, then we'll leave it here for now. You can grab it when you leave this afternoon. But you will still need your sword, I say, and put the katana to the side. I then walk to the weapons rack and take 2 buken from there to train with. She will have to go through the correct stances, but with her bloodlust and will to fight, she won't stop bothering me until I have shown her her place. All right. Here, take this buken for now. Even though you are a fierce warrior already, you will have to train with this buken for the time being, I say. Why? I want to fight with real swords, She is angry it seems. I don't care though and simply tell her the truth. Well, the truth of the matter is this, you are weak and I am strong. So strong in fact that you wouldn't understand right now. So if I say that you are not ready for a real sword, then the reason for that is that for you to reach higher levels of strength, you will start from the bottom. Now take the buken and get in the same position as me, I said. She got in the same position as I did and I began to show her different stances that were meant to build her foundation as well as serve as the first introduction of Zanjutsu. I have gotten a lot better at teaching since the first time with Shigekuni. After 30 minutes, Yachiru was drenched in sweat and almost couldn't keep conscious anymore. I had a smile on my head when I saw that. The little girl had experienced something that made her this bloodlusted and she had developed quite a strong will due to that. I was not going to tell her what she should and shouldn't do, that was her decision. The female Zanpakuto who acted as a maid, called Fujin, carried Yachiru to the bathhouse for females. There she took care of her and waited for her to wake up. The young girl was very tired and slept for 8 hours straight. I knew that she was tired, but this was not just the tiredness from training, this was more, and I was happy that she slept. After 8 hours of sleeping, Yachiru came to the table to eat late lunch. She was famished and didn't trust the food at first. She must have been living in quite harsh conditions. But that should not be the case anymore. I made sure to provide most of the Rukanga with enough food. If it wasn't that, then there had to be something else. But it wasn't important for now. So, how are you feeling? I asked her. Refreshed, she said timidly. I smiled at her response. It seemed she was still a small child. All right then. We can then begin your lessons in the afternoon. Do we have to? Can't we train again? She pleaded. Yes, we have to, and no, we cannot. But if it makes you feel better, then just think of it as mental training. The smarter you get, the better and faster you will be in future fights. I don't want to, she said, and I was faced with my first ever parenting-like situation. But unlike other parents, I had a safe way to solve this problem. Intimidation. She will do what I tell her to, or else. I wasn't going to do anything to the girl. I wouldn't manage that. But she didn't know that. I was going to try using words first, but then, we'll see. You will do it nonetheless because that was our deal. You don't intend to break our deal, do you? I asked her. It was not my deal but your deal. I only want the training. I see, then are you willing to go back on your word? Remember, once you lie or go back on your word, no one will be able to trust your word again. And that means, our deal is over as well and you will go back to where you came from without training with me. Is that what you want? No. Then will you uphold your end of the deal? Yes. Good. Then let's go. You still have much to learn, I told her, and we went to the study room. The time studying with Yachiru was strangely enjoyable. I liked to answer her questions, and teaching her how to do calculus as well as read and write was also enjoyable. It was a blast to see her improve thanks to my efforts. It was a small taste of what it would feel like to be a parent. And I couldn't help but be excited for that time. Unlike other fathers, I had no interest in leaving anywhere or going away from home to do my job. My job was my home and I would take the time to teach my kids all the things I can. Senjimera POV. Well, I got an interesting quest today. I'm not sure why though. And not a day too soon either. My patience staying up here was wearing thin and my will to grind was too. So when this new quest arrived, I couldn't help but be happy. Quest. Special quest. Become the Divine Weaver. 1. _ They might call you Divine General of the North, but that is nothing but a meager title. Become the one and only true Divine Weaver and collect special rewards. _ Quest requirements. Create 10,000 special cloths. Create 1,000 different puppets and use them in dungeons. Reach Shikai, LV.100. _ Rewards. 1. Gain 1 special item. 2. Bonus stats plus 20. 3. Undisclosed reward. _ I couldn't wait to get to work. This sounded like an interesting reward. A special item and the undisclosed reward. I never got anything that was bad for me. Anything that the system/Hades gifted me was somehow useful in one way or the other. So this was interesting and I just had to finish this. Chapter 69, Keidoku no Ken. Third person POV. The years passed in the usual routine. Yamamoto was making a name for himself. He was getting very famous as one of the strongest Shinigami ever, and that was not a lie. He truly was a monster with his Zanpakuto. But he also didn't neglect his other skills. Every once in a while when Yamamoto went to visit Iman with his wife, they would spar together and Iman would make sure that Yamamoto's armed and unarmed combat was still improving or at least not getting any worse. Whenever it seemed that Yamamoto was slacking off and only using the power of Raijin Jaka, Iman would beat him black and blue and have him train with him for days without rest. Nobutsuna Shiji was also getting rather famous. Not as much as Yamamoto because he wasn't a natural leader like Yamamoto was. Yamamoto's charisma and strength of character made him stand out and pull people in, strangely. But Nobutsuna didn't have that. He liked to spend his time fighting and also going about his other interests, women. Iman had already told Nobutsuna not to focus on women and rather spend his time productively, but Nobutsuna realized that Iman was just depressed whenever he saw Nobutsuna with a woman because he missed Senjumaru. And that was true. Iman was trying to hold out on seeing her before she wanted to do that. Iman had kept track of Senjumaru's progress over the years and saw her navigate through life as a gamer and a seamstress. He was very proud of her and knew that if she continued on the special quests he had created especially for her, then she would become truly powerful. So powerful in fact that he could take her with him to the DC universe without her feeling inferior. Since he had known about Senjumaru's plans to join the Dumb Zero division and protect the puppet that used to be his friend, he thought about what to do. He knew that she wanted to get powerful on her own, but that would not make her nearly as powerful as she wanted to be. The Bleach world was strong, but it was nowhere near enough when compared to the dangers of the DC universe. So he gave her the system the day she left. It was the best way to get strong on her own and still have some form of control and be able to help her. He planned the special quests to help her grow stronger in a field that she liked and that fit her. Iman had planned for a while now to remove the three sisters known as the Mirai, or the three fates, from existence. He hated those three for messing with everything that they thought they could. Everything had to go as they wished and it turned his family against him. He didn't care about Zeus or Métis, he didn't even care about Hera or Poseidon. But he was sad about Hestia and Demeter, who he invested so much time in to raise, and the moment the fates fuck around they change his sisters to the way they were before. So they were going to pay, and you can believe that. The question of who would then fill the role never crossed his mind before he met Senjumaru. He would take the position himself and be done with it. But now he knew that giving all that power to his future wife was the best thing he could do. But he didn't want to push it on her. He wanted to tell her about his plans to kill the three F***CKs and then offer her the position they held. You might be wondering why he didn't want to offer Senjumaru the power of the fates. Well, when Senjumaru got to the last special quest, she would not only be able to take it for herself if she wanted, but she would probably be stronger than them by that point. Yes. Iman's special quest for Senjumaru was that broken. But don't get your panties in a twist, he made the rewards proportional to the difficulty of the quests. The difficulties would gradually rise and the opponents she would have to face or the quest requirements would become harder and harder. But in the end, everything was made the perfect way for Senjumaru to grow and gain power. He saw that she was close to finishing the second quest and getting her rewards. But it was still some time before that would happen. Iman made sure that her opponents were either strong enough to face her or they were stronger than their originals so that it was hard for Senjumaru to win. Yachiru Anohana was growing up nicely. She was truly a prodigy with the sword. Her battle lust had somewhat dimmed, but she still loved to fight and would spend days doing nothing else. After a few years of training with Iman, she didn't come every day anymore. She'd rather fight real people who give her a feeling of a challenge. What this meant was that she liked the uncertainty of whether she could win or if she would die. When fighting Iman, she was sure that she would lose. Every single time. But when fighting against someone other than Iman, there was the chance of death that she seemed to love. Nothing was certain, and that was the thrill of the fight. Nobutsuna POV. I was currently standing in front of Iman in the training field. It was the open one without anything else in it. I came here today to show him the progress I made with my Zanpakuto. It has been a while since I got this Zanpakuto, but I was never able to activate Shikai no matter how long I meditated. Iman was trying to get me to calm down, to have me go inside my inner world and speak with my Zanpakuto spirit. But I was just unable to get into the right mindset. That was until just recently when I almost lost against that midget of a woman. I managed to get into a calm state just before I was about to die. I heard a voice that called out to me. I found out that it was my Zanpakuto spirit calling to me and wanting me to hear it. So when I finally did, I was happy about that. I didn't feel like a whole fighter without knowing my Zanpakuto's blade. I didn't always think like this. Iman taught me that arrogance was a fighter's doom. He said that a true fighter uses every tool available to them and doesn't care whether it would make a fight unfair. There is no such thing as fair and unfair in a fight. Just winners and losers. So no matter what, I would not be able to call myself a true fighter if I neglect my Zanpakuto. At first, I didn't agree with him, but he said he also knew the name of his Zanpakuto. If anyone was a fighter, it was Iman. So that convinced me to try and communicate with my Zanpakuto. And now, after years of being unsuccessful, I finally have my own Shikai. Release your venomous sting, Keidoku no Ken, the venomous blade. As I released my Shikai, my Zanpakuto began to release a purple poisonous mist. The surroundings begin to take on a purple color as the concentration of my poison increases. The edge of my Zanpakuto begins to drip poison, but in a fluid state. Keidoku no Ken is a very vicious and dangerous Zanpakuto. But not only for my enemies. I am also susceptible to the effects of the poison. Thankfully, my Zanpakuto grants me a very high amount of resistance, but it is not immunity. Basically, my Shikai grants me 3 things. Venomous strike: when Keidoku no Ken cuts an opponent, the blade releases potent venom into the wound. The venom induces weakness, paralysis, and hallucinations, making it difficult or impossible for the victim to fight effectively. This depends on the amount of Ryoryoku someone has. The more concentrated someone's Ryoryoku is, the less damage the venomous strike does and the longer it takes to take effect. Toxic aura: Keidoku no Ken can emit a poisonous mist, creating an area around me that weakens and slows down anyone within its radius. The longer an opponent stays within this mist, the more potent the effects become. Serpentine attack and defense: Keidoku no Ken can create a defensive barrier made of swirling toxic mist, making it difficult for opponents to approach. The mist can also corrode and weaken any projectiles that come into contact with it. Overall, these should be the powers Keidoku no Ken has, but I don't have access to all of them right now and only in a weak form. But I only wish to showcase it to Iman and not defeat him with it. I am curious though how he will fare against Keidoku no Ken's poison. Iman only stands there and looks at me as I begin to pump more and more poisonous mist into the air and into my blade. He is holding his cane in front of him and watches me prepare. He is in no hurry right now and only shows interest. I know that he is strong, but this is just blatant disrespect towards my Zanpakuto. I rush towards him and slash. The fluid poison splashes all around in an arc. But it misses Iman as he dodges to the side. It seems he understands or at least guesses what the powers of my Zanpakuto are, due to its name. I tried again to slash him but with no luck. He keeps dodging. And we get nowhere due to him not attacking me. I smile at this tactic because I must believe that I am also weak to the poison in the area. But he is wrong, this amount is still nothing to me. I can't wait for him to notice the effects of the poison mist that is everywhere right now. The fight can take a while though, and I try to make him use more of his spirit energy. I begin to gather the poison mist around me and it begins to move in a circular pattern. I concentrate and will the shape to take on a giant snake. As I focus, Iman is still only looking at me and waiting for the attack to come. I finish my preparation and then attack him with the poison serpent. The poison serpent's head is nearly 3 times my size and dwarfs Iman. It rushes towards him and bites down. However, just as it is about to bite him, I hear him speak. Shaka. I watch as a small red orb of energy collides with the poison serpent and then makes the entire thing explode from the inside. All the poison is evaporated due to the high temperature. The poison of Keidoku no Ken is highly flammable and Iman used that against the attack. Did you think I was so easy to defeat, Nobutsuna? You wish to defeat me, train for another million years. That F***er. Hades POV. After that little show of Nobutsuna's Shikai abilities, we sat in the garden and enjoyed some refreshments and food, which Kikimaru prepared. You have an impressive Zanpakuto, Nobutsuna. If you continue to train, you will become one of the most powerful Shinigami and one of the most feared and dangerous as well. That poison was very potent and someone with less spirit energy than me would have surely been affected. There are weaknesses, however. You are not immune to your own poison. From what I saw, you do have a high resistance but not immunity. I believe you can train to increase your resistance with time. So you should try and expose yourself to your poison in short bursts and increase the amount slowly. As for the second weakness, well, it is fire. Any ability that concerns high amounts of heat or fire is dangerous for you. Yamamoto would smoke you with his Shikai, literally. So don't try and use your poison mist without knowing what your opponent can do. Other than that, I believe you have a marvelous Zanpakuto. Chapter 70, Kojiro Sasakaibe. Yamamoto POV. So you wish to found an academy for young Shinigami to learn how to fight and defend themselves. Well, I find that commendable. You are already teaching some, so making it official and professional is a good idea, Gojo-sensei said. I was relieved about that. I wasn't sure whether he would agree to let me teach things that were originally from him. He was the one to come up with many of the things that I was taught, and normally this is not something that you would want to have others spread. If you believe that I am so petty as to not allow it because you might teach things that I taught you, then you don't have to worry. I find it a splendid idea and long overdue. Of course, there are some things that I don't wish for you to teach just like that. I believe you know what I'm talking about, Sensei said. Yes, I understand. I wasn't planning on teaching your own special Kido anyway. Those are too dangerous for normal Shinigami to handle. So that won't be taught. I am planning to teach Zanjutsu, Hakuda, and Ho-Ho. Kido is not really something I excel in, but I will do the introductions to Kido, I explained. Yes, that seems like a wise idea. I'm sure that you'll find others who might also teach in this academy of yours. You could become the head instructor, so you keep full authority over all the things that happen inside. And at the same time, you will learn how to lead and delegate things. Your wife could help you with that. That's not a bad idea, Sensei. She has been bothered by the fact that she doesn't see me as much as she likes. So giving her responsibility is a good idea. I was always doing a lot of things and Aiko was unhappy about that. I guess it is a good idea to have her close to me. I do miss her as well. So with Gojo-sensei's approval, I can begin my plans to build an academy. I think I'll call it Shinigami Academy. That is simple and makes the most sense. How is your training going, Shigakuni? Sensei asks me. Well, I didn't have the time to train all that much in the last years, but it is coming along nicely. I have finally achieved Bankai. But it is still not at its maximum potential. I can feel there is still more that I can do. I see. Well, you have become stronger. Your quest for protecting the Soul Society is coming along nicely as well. But don't neglect your training. There is so much you can do with your Shikai alone, so don't forget to hone it as well. Relying on only one part of your strength is not strength, but weakness. I know that. Sensei always tells me these things and I know them already. I just can't come to understand what he means exactly. How would anyone do something about my Bankai? That seems like an impossibility. Hades POV. Interesting. I seem to be at least 2,100 years before the start of the story. It is truly impressive how Yamamoto was the most powerful Shinigami to appear in his lifetime. He had to have been roughly 3,000 years old in the story. Because Anohana looked virtually the same as she did in her youth. So she either had a method to halt her aging with Kaido or Shinigami aged slower up to 60 or something. Because Yamamoto looked to be at least 50 years old when he fought against Iwak. But I was more impressed with his power over the time I knew him. He is truly the strongest Shinigami, save for Ichibe, but Ichibe doesn't count as he is not, well, that is something for the future. I have come to a very troubling and sad realization. And I will deal with it when the time comes. More and more characters who I know are being born or getting attention. Yachiru is already a teenager, at least in her looks. She has taken it upon herself to fight as much as she can and spill a lot of blood. I don't know whether I made any progress in trying to tone her bloodlust down, but I dread how she had to have been in the original. There is also a young woman with long, dark pink hair tied up in 2 hip-length pigtails on either side of her head. Another future captain in the making. She was constantly challenging people who she saw as strong. Nobutsuna and her already had their first fight and, it turned out to be his win. I can't wait to see when some of the younger characters come. I am interested to find out how a young Sosuke Aizen was or what the deal was with the Ise family. Because right now, they are a boring and unassuming family. I guess Urtsu hasn't made the ancestral sword for them yet. I wonder how that sword/weapon would fare against me. I'll see when the time comes. For now, I focus on my love's progress. It seems like she is close to finishing her first quest. That's good. She is getting stronger and stronger. I am proud of her. But little does she know, the real challenges start with the second quest. I made sure to gradually make the quests harder and harder, but to also give her some breathing room. She can try the quests over and over again. It is training in itself. What I mean by that is that I made the quests to challenge Senjumeru. Her power and love for sewing has so much potential. She will surely grow into someone who can stand proud in the world of DC. I made sure of that. Those disgusting Fate Sisters are going to die. And Senjumeru, if she wants, will take their powers and position. The first quest is only to give Senjumeru a good base. Have her train the basics again to a high level, so that she can use them in her fights going forward. The first quest is made up of 3 parts. The first is to create special clothes with properties that she chooses. The requirement is 10,000, but it doesn't say that they have to be different. She can theoretically make 10,000 copies of an outfit that has fire resistance or something like that. But I know that she won't do that. I can see that she is really trying hard with this one. The second requirement is to create 1,000 different puppets and use them in dungeons. Every day, the daily quest for her to become strong grants her 1 dungeon key. The dungeons are harder, depending on her level. So for her to create 1,000 puppets and then have them fight in dungeons is quite a feat. I just want her to focus on this skill, because it is very versatile and powerful. The last requirement is for Senjumeru to level her Shikai to LV.100. That might not seem like much, since she already was close to LV.90, but it's not like that. Leveling up after 90 is very hard, and it takes for her to really understand her Zanpakuto and her Shikai, to reach LV.100. But that is all going to be done very soon. And then she can focus on other things. Yamamoto POV. I walk out of my home after having told Aiko about my plans to create a Shinigami Academy. She is delighted. I am also happy that I can be closer to her from now on, hopefully. After having talked with Gojo-sensei, I am looking forward to founding the academy. Sensei also thinks that it's a good idea since I already teach a few people anyway. Master Agisai. Master Agisai Yamamoto, I hear a voice say behind me. I can feel a vein on my head throb as I hear that name. I turn around and see a young man. He had short, light hair and short eyebrows. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform with a white robe over it, which was clasped at the front by a simple knot. Hey! Don't call me Agisai, I scream. Forgive me, sir, he says and kowtows. I don't like that name. For some reason, I am called Agisai, due to the scar on my forehead. The scar is shaped like the Japanese character Ei. Each time I distinguish myself in battle, with another rogue Shinigami or a Hollows, the name Agisai becomes more and more popular and more people use it. Normally I don't really care about that, but, Master Agisai, I cannot be so audacious as to call you by your real name, the boy says. What is it with you, anyway? You're not even one of my students and yet, you hang around here every day, I say. He is getting on my nerves. He won't stop turning up here nearly every day and calling me Agisai. I come hoping to be your right-hand man, he says. In that case, all the more reason for you to become my student. If you rise to the rank of master, you'll naturally become my right-hand man, I tell him proudly. I was the one who founded my own fighting style, called the Genryu style. Gojo-sensei called me very talented to come up with a fighting style that suited me this well. I can't claim to be the strongest Shinigami, but Gaji-sensei says that he does not consider himself to be a Shinigami only. He is more. No, Master Agisai, if I become your student, then I will only be mimicking you. A right-hand man must be one who can compensate for the things you are unable to handle, he says. You are always splitting hairs, I tell him, but I am interrupted. Stop acting all high and mighty, Kuni love. This young man is obviously interested in becoming your right-hand man, and instead of just rejecting him you should be smarter and put him to the test, I hear my wife say, who has come out of the house. She uses that embarrassing nickname. Kuni, the short version of Shiga Kuni. Ugh, it's unbearable when I hear it in public. What do you mean, put him to the test, I ask her. Well, a right-hand man needs to be able to compensate for the things you are unable to handle, just like he said. But for that he needs strength. So test him on that and then decide. But don't just push the topic further and further. Yes. Lady Yamamoto is correct. I haven't shown up every day. This is in fact the first time here in a month. As you told me a month ago. I have acquired a Bankai, the boy says. Oh? In that case, try to defeat me with that Bankai of yours, I tell him. See? That wasn't so bad. Now don't do it here, or you'll destroy everything again, Aiko says. Kojiro and I make our way to the Rukon district, East 37 district, Ryagon. All right. Here we can fight without disturbing anyone. So show me what you got. Yes. Kojiro releases his Zanpakuto first. Pierce, Gonrimaru, he says, and the katana transforms into a rapier. An interesting form, mostly used to pierce, just like the release says. Then he slowly raises Gonrimaru in the air, pointing at the sky. Bankai. KK Gonririki. Kojiro raises his Zanpakuto above his head, causing dark clouds to form above him. He then produces sparks and a golden bolt of lightning from the blade, which extends towards the dark clouds and transforms them into a dome of lightning. The dome is stationed far above his head and fastened to the ground by a large number of golden lightning pillars. The sword itself remains in its Shikai form for the duration of the Bankai. Kojiro moves the blade of KK Gonririki alongside the lightning pillars as if he is collecting them. By doing so, Kojiro can infuse his sword with immense amounts of lightning. He then uses that speed and power of the lightning he has collected and rushes towards me. I can feel a wound on my forehead. I was surprised at the speed and power it held, but I could also feel that it was still fresh and unrefined. That Bankai is like a newborn, I say. That's right. I intend to spend the rest of my life honing this Bankai so it can be helpful to you, Master Agisai, Kojiro said. I can tell that he is not lying. He means what he says and will indeed hone his Bankai only to be helpful to me. I guess that answers the question of whether I should make him my right-hand man. Chapter 71, Senjimera's Peril I. Senjimera POV. Quest. Special Quest. Become the Divine Weaver. 1. They might call you Divine General of the North, but that is nothing but a meager title. Become the one and only true Divine Weaver and collect special rewards. Quest requirements. Create 10,000 special cloths. Create 1,000 different puppets and use them in dungeons. Reach Shikai, LV.100. Rewards. 1. Gain 1 special item. 2. Bonus stats plus 30. 3. Undisclosed reward. I look at the quest and smile. I have finally finished it. It took me quite a while, to be honest. Longer than I'd like to admit. It became obvious after a while that I could take a shortcut and simply copy the clothes I had already made to complete the requirement. I knew that Hades was aware of this. And yet he left it there. I also know that he does nothing without reason. Did he try to test me? No, that is not his style. I believe he wanted to give me an easy way should I wish to rush and grow more powerful, should I wish to do so. But he also gave me the chance to truly hone my abilities to the fullest and grow stronger by myself. I am truly thankful to you, my love. I know that you trust me and that is very valuable. But I chose this path and I will see it through till the end. When I'm done here I will be able to stand at your side. I am excited to see what I get out of this. I know that the quest is called Become the Divine Weaver and it has a 1 at the end. This means that there should be another 1. The special item is something I am very excited about. I can't imagine what that might be. The plus 30 bonus stat points aren't as amazing as you might think. I had reached the 400s in all stats and a plus 30 wasn't that amazing, but it's better than nothing, I guess. The undisclosed reward is also something that I can't wait to get. I guess it will have to do with my progress. The last thing I was gifted was the skill puppetry and the first special quest was for me to upgrade that skill and create 1,000 puppets and use them in dungeons. So I am just guessing here, but it could be the thing that leads me to the special quest, too. Okay, let's do this. I accept the second reward first. Plus 30 stat points. I take a moment and then decide to wait to distribute them. You never know what might happen and I do not need more strength or speed just yet. Maybe I will get into a dangerous situation and can use them then, but it's unlikely. Now on to the next reward. Plus 1 special item, claim. I click yes and then I get another notification. Special item gained, ITO no Mi, special version. ITO no Mi? That translates to string fruit. I got a fruit, made out of strings? Without waiting I check my inventory and there I see a fruit. It is a gourd-shaped, pale lilac-colored fruit with a swirl pattern embedded all over it and a curly, fuchsia stem on its top. Very peculiar fruit this is. I have never seen something like this. So I click on it and see the description. Item. Name, ITO no Mi. Item class, C. Description, the Ito no Mi is a paramecia-type devil fruit that allows the user to create and manipulate strings, making the user a string human. The user gains the special version that is free of its curse. What is this? A paramecia-type devil fruit and it makes me into a string human? What is that supposed to mean? It sounds ominous, but I don't believe that Hades would give me something that would harm me. It even says something about a curse. Let's see whether I can find out more about the devil fruits. I click on the word, devil fruit, and I am greeted with another system prompt with texts. Devil fruit. Description: devil fruits are mysterious, distinctive fruits scattered throughout the world of One Piece, known for permanently granting their eaters superhuman powers and an equally permanent inability to swim, which is the curse. With only one notable exception, an individual can only acquire the powers of a single devil fruit and survive. Each devil fruit grants a special power to anyone who eats it, from the simplest powers possible, such as stretching like rubber, to powers capable of causing large-scale destruction like creating earthquakes. Each devil fruit is unique, and there is no other like it, that is, there is no natural devil fruit that has the same power as another. These fruits are broadly grouped into three classes. Zoan, which allows a user to transform into an animal as well as an animal hybrid. Logia, which grants a user the power to create, control, and transform their body into a natural element. Paramecia, which offers any of a vast array of strange abilities that do not fit into the other two categories. I see. So the fruit that I got is called the Ito no Mi, which translates to string fruit. And eating it will make me a string person. So, I gain the power to freely create strings, with my body. That is an amazing power if I'm being honest. I can't wait to eat this fruit. I do wonder though what the world of One Piece is like. And why is it named that way? Is the world just One Piece or something like that? Hades didn't tell me about this world, so he wasn't there, yet he knows about it and can just replicate something from there. Now let us get to the final reward. Undisclosed reward, item. Name, Doflamingo's Dungeon Key. Item class, E. Type, Key. Description, a key that allows you to create an instant dungeon containing Donquixote Doflamingo. Nicknamed the Heavenly Yaksha, he is the captain of the Donquixote pirates and owner of the Ito no Mi. So I gained a dungeon key to a dungeon with a pirate inside it. And apparently, he is also an owner of the Ito no Mi, that I just gained. I thought that only one person could have the same fruit at the time. This must have some meaning to it. I have to fight this dungeon and kill or defeat this Doflamingo too, what? Oh, I have another quest. Let's have a look. Quest. Special quest. Become the Divine Weaver. 2. They might call you Divine General of the North, but that is nothing but a meager title. Become the one and only true Divine Weaver and collect special rewards. New. Quest requirements. Defeat Donquixote Doflamingo. No Shikai or Bankai allowed. Reach Ito no Mi, Awakening. Rewards, new. 1. Gain 1 rune stone. 2. Bonus stats plus 30. 3. Undisclosed reward. Well, would you look at this? My next quest is connected to the dungeon key I just got. I wonder why that is. Probably due to the nature of this Doflamingo's powers being the same as mine. And now that I have the Ito no Mi as well and I am not allowed to use my Zanpakuto, we will see the proficiency of using this power. I do wonder though whether this pirate is strong enough for me to even have to use my power. He is from a different world and maybe I could just kill him very fast and then be done with it. But there has to be another twist to this. These quests are meant for me to grow stronger in the respective things that I specialize in. The first quest was meant for me to level up my puppeteering skill and get creative in the use of my sewing. Then this quest must have a similar meaning. I guess there is only one way to find out. I find myself in a Colosseum of sorts. The Colosseum features a round stage surrounded by water, with 4 cardinal walkways leading to the stage. There are 3 levels of seating for the audience all around the Colosseum. On one of the cardinal edges are 3 monitors for the participants' announcements and presentations. Sitting in front of me is a very tall, light blonde-haired, very lean and muscular man with tan skin. He is dressed in flamboyant clothes. In reference to his animal theme, the flamingo, his clothes are brightly colored, with his light pink feather coat most distinctly of all. This must be Doflamingo, I guess. He sports a pair of curved, thin white sunglasses, which appear to serve as his eyesight with red lenses. He has a white shirt with red stripes, a green belt, and red pants with pink stripes. He also wears black dress shoes that are somewhat pointed. Judging from his looks, I can't really take this man seriously. But there is something about him, a feeling that he gives me. It makes me hesitate and somewhat wary of him. I think he is still somewhat dangerous. But there is only one way to find out how dangerous he truly is. Third-person POV. Who are you? Doflamingo asks her. My name is Senjimera Shutara and who are you? You come to my kingdom and ask me who I am. Quite a peculiar one you are. You are standing in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo, captain of the Don Quixote pirates and warlord of the Sea Girl. So you better show me some respect and get on your knees, he says with a twisted and disgusting smile. I must disappoint you, as I am here to defeat you. Defeat me? Is that so? And how are you, fragile girl, going to defeat me? He asks Senjimaru. Well, she can't use my Zanpakuto, but she doesn't think that will be necessary. Like this, Senjimaru says, and uses Shunpo to approach him. She is not allowed to use either Shikai or Bankai, but that doesn't mean she can't use the blade in its sealed form. Senjimaru flashes to him and stabs his heart. Before he knows it, she is behind him with a bloody sword in her hands. That ought to do it, is what she thinks. She doesn't even turn back to look at Doflamingo when suddenly. Bam! You've. Senjimaru is kicked in the head with a vicious roundhouse kick from Doflamingo. She had no way to dodge it as it came unexpectedly. She crashes to the ground with a serious head injury. She is not unconscious but is very close. The strength behind Doflamingo's kick is not something she expected, and normally, that would not be possible, but this is a dungeon and not the real Doflamingo from the One Piece world. His strength was adjusted to greater heights to be able to challenge Senjimaru. And if it says challenge, then it means challenge. Senjimaru POV. Doflamingo walks towards me at a very slow pace. His walk is just ridiculous. I can't see his eyes due to the glasses, but his brow is furrowed, showing his displeasure. I stand back up and look at my adversary. I was sure that I pierced his heart. But his wound is to the left of his heart. That would mean that I didn't pierce his heart but missed. No, that's not possible, I think. And then I see something interesting. The wound on Doflamingo stitches itself back together. I am surprised and my eyes widen. How? I see, that has to be the Ito no Mi at work there. What an ingenious idea to have the strings act like that. Very clever. This time I focus. I won't be taken off guard again. I narrow my eyes and look for an opening. He has multiple. How is he a pirate captain? He has no fighting style. I flash to him again and try to hit him, but he dodges. How? Instinct? No, something else. I try again and he moves his head out of the way of my kick. I begin to use my 6 artificial arms to attack at high speeds. He takes the hits on his body with no visible wounds. I then have to dodge one of his fists that is just about to impact with my face. Chapter 72, Senjimaru's Peril 2. Senjimaru POV. I am attacking Doflamingo with my 6 arms, but he just takes the hits with his body, leaving no visible wounds. His defense is no joke, but neither is his speed. I have to dodge one of his fists that is just about to impact with my face. I manage to dodge out of the way, but then his left leg, which I didn't see, hits me in the sides. I feel and hear the cracks that my ribs make and taste the blood in my mouth. What strength! He has speed that doesn't make sense for someone of his height. And how does he have such spatial awareness? Is it a technique? I can see how he is a captain. Is he the strongest in his world? No, I guess he is just this strong to challenge me and make me truly earn the rewards for the special quest, too. And at the moment he is doing a lot of damage. The first mistake, where I was arrogant, is now coming to bite me. Never mind that. It is time for me to go all out now, or I'll lose this fight badly. He doesn't even look ruffled. Instead, he has that abhorrent smile on his face that sends shivers down my spine. All right, this is not just a physical fight, it is also a fight of skill and wits. I have the power of the Ito no Mi, just like he does. I have to push him to show me how he uses it and then make them better. My other skills are still available. I should be able to have a good fight. Once again, I use Shunpo to attack him. I go for a feint and slash my blade at his neck. At the last moment, I changed the trajectory from his neck to his thorax. But just as my blade reaches his thorax, it bounces off and makes a metallic sound. I wasn't able to draw blood. On the other hand, he has gained an opening due to me calculating this attack to hit and do some damage. He punched me in the face again, and this time I could feel my brain hitting my skull and putting my balance off. I fell to the ground, bleeding and unable to do anything. Doflamingo again walked towards me slowly, and for a moment I thought that I saw a red glint behind his glasses. What happened next was unclear. An unknown pressure fell on me and it felt like I was being forced to obey or something like that. It took all my willpower not to fall unconscious. Why do you fight? You're a Shinigami, right? Why yes. Then why are you fighting me? I'm a human. Shouldn't you be protecting humans? No. Shinigami aren't protectors of the humans, we keep the balance and kill hollows. Why do you kill hollows? Is it because they are evil? They consume souls. So because of their nature, they consume souls. Are they evil because of that? Who decides who is and who isn't evil? Is it the Shinigami? Are hollows evil? Are Shinigami righteous? Those views change as often as the tides. Kids who have never known peace have different values from those who've never known war and poverty. Those who stand at the top can decide the definition of evil. Phew 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 phew. Justice will triumph, it always does, girl. The winners will become justice. Phew 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 phew, don't you see? I also had a terrible childhood and was forced to act and kill to survive. Am I worse than your hollows because they consume to survive? Or am I better because I'm a human? Is the balance of souls truly that important to ignore the wishes and needs of the individual? Can I now do with you whatever I want because I beat you? The answer to all of these questions can only be answered by the most powerful. All the others are essentially sheep to be slaughtered when the strong want them to. Phew 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 phew. I am transported out of the dungeon and lie there. I think about the fight for a moment. It was unlike anything I have ever experienced. Don Quixote Doflamingo, his demeanor, his actions, his words, the way he walks, it all leaves a terrible taste in my mouth. His devil fruit, strength, and the weird energy he used are not the most dangerous and scary thing about him, it's his words. His intelligence and his way of words are what make this man dangerous. He managed to make his way into my head, with nothing but his words. Because he is not wrong. The strong are those that establish the status quo. If Hades hadn't been strong, he would not be where he is today. This strange power of his was the thing that helped a lot, but still, he manipulated me. He talked down on me, called me names and made me feel powerless. He is a charismatic evil man. I see, so that's how it is. I see why this is my first dungeon after the first special quest. Hades is trying to teach me again. Not just about my powers or abilities, about human nature and things that I will meet in the future. He wants me to confront my inner fears and beliefs now. I see. I have to face these truths sooner or later and he wants to make me face them sooner. I understand this, Doflamingo. Life essentially forces us to choose sides. Good or evil. And yet these terms are determined by the victors. What Ichibe says comes from the Soul King and that is always correct, not because he never lies, but because he is simply the strongest and no one can say anything against that. +1 intelligence. There it is again. This quest will be harder than I anticipated. I best get familiar with the power of the Ito no Mi and train my physical abilities as well. I am also allowed to use puppets, as that was not banned in the quest. I better get to work. Third-person POV. Hades smiled when he saw the notifications of the system. He chose Doflamingo for a reason. Not only did he use all three types of haki and had the power of Ito no Mi, but he was also one of the truly dangerous characters. Not due to his strength, but because of his manipulations. What he says is not wrong, but it takes a different kind of strength to face him in that regard. Senjimera will now be forced to understand her beliefs and motivations before she can face Doflamingo again. If her will is not strong enough, she won't be able to defeat Doflamingo. The Ito no Mi had a lot of versatility and Doflamingo was very creative in the use of his power. Senjimera could only profit from that. He also made Doflamingo a lot stronger than he was in the story. Senjimera would smoke him otherwise. It's not even close to how fast the fight would be over. But this Doffy hit differently. He was in another league entirely. All the quests were for Senjimera to grow after all. She didn't want to be handed power on a silver platter, so Hades wasn't going to do that. The curse has been removed from the Ito no Mi. Theoretically, Hades could have just granted Senjimera the skill of thread manipulation, but that came later. It was not the main focus of this quest. He wanted Senjimera to use Doflamingo as a whetstone. He was convinced that she would brush past this failure and take it as an experience. Time passed again, and then it was finally time for Yamamoto to open up his Shinigami Academy, as he called it. It was a place for young souls to go to, and if they had the potential to become Shinigami and fight, then they were allowed to enter. The Shinigami Academy is located in the Siraidai. The academy trains souls with spiritual powers for each of the 3 military arms of Soul Society. So it wasn't that different from the future version. Except for the names, only the instructors are different, probably. There is also a difference in the curriculum. Right now there are no classes on calligraphy like the one that Sosuke Aizen will eventually teach. Right now survival and the basics of being a Shinigami and fighting hollows were taught. The academy is a sprawling, multiple-story building with architecture similar to that of Siraidai. It has an open courtyard, many classrooms, dormitories, and practice areas for Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho, and Kid. Kido was not really that important right now, and it wasn't necessary to learn it, apart from the most basic spells. But that would become more and more important down the line because Kido was a major part of being a Shinigami. Yamamoto approached Hades with the request to become the Kido instructor and overlook all things that are Kido related. Hades agreed to the motion but said that he was not interested in filling that role forever. So Hades began to teach young souls how to use their spirit power correctly and how to use it to make Kido. He told them the theory behind Kido and demonstrated what Kido could do when mastered, by killing a hollow with it. That got the students' attention and the reputation of Kido rose after that. Hades found out that he was really good with kids. He had taught Shigekuni already for quite a few years, and he also overlooked some of Yachiru's training, before she left to do her own thing. Nobutsuna didn't count as he was already a grown man when he fought Yamamoto and then came to Hades. It was a good way for Hades to spend his time and not think about Senjimera all the time. He would sometimes pick a very talented student and have him learn more things that the others can't do. He wanted to see if he could change certain things or not. It was Hades' way to pass the time. So you think because I used to teach Yachiru for a short period, you are entitled to the same training? Hades asked the young pink-haired woman, who was standing in front of him. Who cares about something as boring as training? I want to learn how to beat that stupid-faced Nobutsuna. I know that you taught him, and I want to have all of that too, so that I can beat him, she screamed. I see. Would you tell me your name before you continue making a fuss? Otherwise, I won't know who to throw out of my home. I am Furfu, she said, and I will be the strongest female Shinigami, believe it. First is that dumb-faced Nobutsuna and then the rest of the male Shinigami. I will work my way up until I reach the level of the dumb Shigekuni, Furfu said. I see. You have a good goal and I can respect that, but it is bad manners to just barge into someone's home and demand something from them. If you wish to learn anything from me, then come back tomorrow in the morning and bring some manners with you, Hades said and then waved. Furfu was about to protest, but as Hades waved, she suddenly felt herself move somehow. She looked around and found herself outside of the mansion she just entered. How did he do that? Could she also learn this? Maybe it was worth it to come back here. Then she could become stronger and have something over Nobutsuna, that dumb idiot. __. Next chapter on the 2nd of December. Sorry, but I gave you all I had today, so I'll have to make more.
Thanks for listening.